There she is.
How's everybody? How's the fam?
Good.
We're good. All right, so we are going to call the meeting to order at 5 o'clock, or actually 5:05. The NVUSD Board of Education is holding a regular virtual board meeting tonight that you can participate in remotely. You can join via Zoom. Specific directions on how to participate are located on the Board of Education webpage on the district's website, nvusd.org/board. The open session part of this meeting agenda begins at 7 p.m. Public comment on closed session items. Before going into closed session, the board is available for public comment on closed session agenda items. Is there any public comment on closed session items?
There are no public comments at this time, President Martin.
Okay, seeing that there are none, the Napa Valley Unified School District will now adjourn into closed session.
See you in a minute.
We are opening our virtual meeting, I would say officially at 7:09. My name is Isela Martin, and this is the Napa Valley Unified School District Board of Education. The Napa Valley Unified School Board of Education is holding a regular virtual board meeting tonight that all can participate in remotely. You can join us via Zoom. Specific directions on how to participate in the meeting tonight are located on the Board of Education webpage, on the district's website, nvusd.org/board. Can we please start with an attendance roll call from Ms. Vera Morales?
Yes. Trustee Martin?
Here.
Trustee Gonzalez Mares?
Here.
Trustee Jankowicz?
Here.
Trustee Water?
Here.
Trustee Hurtado?
Present.
Trustee Shank?
Here.
Trustee Gracia?
Present.
Quorum present. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morales. Again, thank you for joining us tonight in our virtual Napa Valley Unified School District board meeting held exclusively online. We continue in uncharted territory as we deal with the COVID-19 pandemic. I would like to thank our employees, our families, and the entire NVUSD community for how you have supported each other and come together during these unprecedented times. This meeting is in accordance with the open meeting rules in the state of California per the governor's order. I'm going to start tonight with some basic instructions on how we're going to use Zoom and involve the members of the community. All Board of Trustees and the Superintendent are on video throughout the entire board meeting. Staff members are also present, but only by audio. Members of the community will not be on the video and will be muted except during public comment. During public comment, any member of the community that wishes to speak must raise their hand using the raise hand feature in Zoom. You will be unmuted and you will be provided 3 minutes to speak. There are 2 ways to make public comment within the time allotted for public comment on an eligible agenda item. To comment by video, click the raise your hand button to request to speak when public comment is being taken on eligible agenda item. When it is your turn to speak, your name will be called out. You will then be unmuted during your turn and allowed to make public comments. After the allotted time, you will then be remuted. Instructions on how to raise your hand are available on the district website at nvusd.org/board. To comment by phone, you will be prompted to raise your hand by pressing *9. To request to speak when public comment is being taken on the eligible agenda item. When it is your time to speak, when public comment is being taken on the eligible agenda item. When it's your turn to speak, the last 4 digits of your phone number will be called out. You will then be unmuted during your turn and allowed to make public comment. After the allotted time, you will then be remuted. Instructions how to raise your hand by phone are also available on the district website at nvusd.org/board. In addition, community members were allowed to submit comments via email at publiccomment@nvusd.org up until 8 a.m. this morning. Any comments received via email will also be read into the public if you met the 8 a.m. threshold. Spanish translation is available. Mr. Rob Minguala, can you please give us your statement?
Thank you. For translation, we will be using simultaneous interpretations for tonight's board meeting. In order to use this feature, click on the interpretations icon in the Zoom app from a computer or mobile phone. Please note, if you're using a mobile phone, you must use the app for interpretations. Interpretations are not available when you dial in.
I'll go ahead, President Martin, read the Spanish. Estaremos usando servicios de interpretación simultánea para la reunión de consejo esta noche. Para usar esta función, oprima el icono de interpretación en la aplicación Zoom desde su pantalla en la computadora o teléfono móvil. Nótese que si está usando un teléfono móvil, su celular, deberá usar la aplicación Zoom para obtener la interpretación, ya que no están disponibles cuando usted llama telefónicamente.
Thank you. For every agenda item, I will prompt the meeting participants who have joined us via Zoom for public comment. Please follow the instructions just provided when you would like comment on an item. Before we begin, I would like to thank everyone for their patience as we continue to navigate this new technology. We have been called to order and conducted our attendance roll call. We will go forward with our agenda. E1, report on closed session items by Trustee Jankowicz.
There is no report for closed session.
Okay, E2, flag salute. I will have all trustees mute their phone and have Mr. David Gracia lead us in the flag salute, please.
All right, if the audience will please rise. Join me, please, in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Gracia. Announcement, this meeting is recorded for live streaming via Zoom, as we mentioned previously, and archived on the district's YouTube channel. E4, approval of the agenda. And before we move forward, I wish to move I3A, Napa Valley Unified School District Staff Program Update Legacy Youth Project, to after reports before approval of consent agenda, or excuse me, yeah, the consent agenda.
I'll move for the approval with that modification.
Second.
Okay, I have a first by Mr. Jose Hurtado and a second by Mr. Gracia. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Abstentions? Nays? Motion carries. Okay. Public comments on non-agenda items. Members of the audience may address the board on any school-related matter that is not on the agenda. The board will not take action on any issue raised during this section of the agenda, and as much as board action is limited to posted agenda items. Speakers are requested to limit their comments to a maximum of 3 minutes. So thank you very much. And it is a hard 3 minutes. There is a timer. Make sure to use your time wisely, as Mr. Manny will be the one muting the microphone. Do we have any public comments on non-agenda items?
I'm so sorry, President Martin. I just would like to note, we do have translation. And so when a Spanish speaker would like to provide public comment, we will be providing 6 minutes on the timer, double the time, in order to ensure that the English and Spanish can be heard, understood.
Thank you for the clarification. Are there any public comment on non-agenda items?
President Martin, we do have a public comment of Bianca Valdez Rubio. I will unmute your mic and you are allowed to speak. Will you need a translator, Ms. Bianca?
No, I won't need a translator.
Okay.
So hi, my name is Bianca and I'm here to express my support for the Legacy Youth Project. In
Sorry,
reflecting,
Ms. Bianca, I'm sorry to interrupt. That is an agenda item that we will follow after reports. Is it
Okay.
okay?
Yeah,
So,
that's fine.
yeah, it's up right now. It's non-agenda items.
Got it. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other public comment on non-agenda items?
There were no public comment on non-agenda items received by email.
Okay, so we do have received email on public comment. I'm sorry, I can hardly hear you, Miss Julie.
Not on non-agenda items.
Okay. And so,
President Martin, for the record, we did receive one on an agenda item for item I3A from the Napa County Latinx Democratic Club. However, it did not meet the 8 a.m. submission deadline. So I will provide that to the board after this meeting.
thank you very much. Okay. And so then we move into reports. Board of Education and Student Board Representatives. We'll start with Mr. Gracia.
All right. So on the 29th of May, I attended the NCOE public hearing regarding the new trustee areas. And also on the 29th, caught the last part of coffee with the superintendent. And then on June 1st, I attended the New Tech graduation. Was the first in the district utilizing the drive-through model and went off without a hitch. Very well done, even though they didn't have the benefit of watching it happen at another campus first. I also attended the Valley Oak graduation that day, which happened outside Memorial Stadium. It was a very nice ceremony, and we learned a little about each student as he or she crossed the stage. Then on the 3rd, I attended the graduation at Vintage. They had a nice long walk where the students were able where the parents were able to parallel the movements of the students, to take videos and pictures, and it felt like each student really had their own individual moment. And then on the 4th, I attended the graduation at Napa High. They had a great setup where the students, after crossing the stage, got to run through the giant inflatable grizzly tunnel that they use at the football games. That was very cool to see. So I just wanted to say to all the students who graduated and promoted over the past 2 weeks, congratulations. And I want to say thank you to our M&O team who put a lot of hard work into pulling off these graduations with professionalism and efficiency. And that ends my report.
Thank you, Mr. Gracia. We'll continue with Mr. Joe Shunk.
I guess I would just echo David's comments about graduation. I saw the smiling faces of graduates and their families the way I have the last 11 years. So I really applaud our M&O staff. They managed to pull off a multi-site graduation, didn't look anything like last year, with the level of planning that is commensurate with D-Day. I mean, it was just really well executed, considering some novel ideas around traffic and pulling up and the whole setup. It was really well thought out, and I think it should give confidence to the entire team and our parents that whatever we decide to do to reopen schools will have the same level of planning and thought applied to it. So well done.
We will continue with Miss Cindy Water.
Well, I too went to some graduations. I went to the first one, New Techs, and I believe Napa Highs on Friday was the last one. And again, I too was impressed at how well they went. I attended a committee meeting about board policy and with Ms. Gonzalez, Morris, and Mr. Shunk. I went via Zoom to 2 Napa County Office of Education meetings. Also peeked in on coffee with the superintendent on the 29th. And yesterday I attended the COVID task force. and going to it again tomorrow. But I enjoyed reading the 500 comments from parents about how everything had gone the last few months. And I know Mrs. Cisneros and Mrs. Knox are listening, so I want to tell them that that Valley Oak and Northwood got a lot of compliments. That's it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Waters. Mr. Jose Hurtado?
I spent most of my time the last couple of weeks in talking to parents and concerned community members about the legacy program. That's how I spent most of my time school related, but also attended a virtual meeting with Napa County Office of Education. Thank you.
Thank you, Jose. Ms. Robin Jankowicz?
I too attended the NCOE public hearing. And to the 2020 graduates, congratulations, great experience. I must thank all the high school principals and their staff for the love and effort they put into their individualized graduation ceremonies. The adoration for your students was witnessed in all the personalized gestures, the whispers of calming words, and the celebratory cheers. I watched these young women and men take pride with every step as they locked eyes with their tearful moms, horn-honking dads, and various limbs of unknowns hanging out of decorated cars. While the ceremonies themselves were different than originally imagined, the students embraced the new process with pride and appreciation, and we could not be more proud of them. I think you leave us all with a little more happiness and hope. Congratulations. And I too want to thank Mr. P and his M&O staff. It was another job well executed.
Thank you, Ms. Jankowicz. Ms. Elba Gonzalez Mares?
Thank you, President Martin. Good evening, everyone. And yeah, very similar to everyone else's report. I have to say graduation 2020, you know, all of that we've been going through, it's been a unique experience, but this absolutely was that. I think many of our students and the families, you know, including myself, did not expect for the ceremonies to be so personal and taken with such delicate matter by the administration, by the principals, by our team to execute every detail possible to make it a really wonderful experience. I too attended the Valley Oak graduation and the Napa High. You know, because of social distancing, we were only allowed to go to some of them and only 2 at a time. And in our past years, we attend pretty much all the graduations. So that was very, very wonderful to see a community come together in that time, during this time. So congratulations again to the class of 2020. I too was on many conversations with our community members in regards to the youth legacy youth project. And so many conversations around that throughout the week and the weekend, and which is looking forward to that agenda item today that we brought forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez Mares. And I'll go into my my report. Emailed Bill Dodd and Cecilia Aguiar with regarding to cuts to LCFF and of course the categorical programs. I also met with many people and lost my voice last week. I think it also had to do with a little bit of a heat stroke I almost had at one of the graduations last week. We witnessed so many things, and I think it was such a personalized process. I think of the global view of graduations, how the voices of our families are sometimes overtaken, and we can't hear, you know, who's yelling for who and screaming and being proud for our students. I thought COVID-19 and being quarantined brought surely creative minds as to how people were going to decorate or how they were going to have their families show up for their graduate. I too attended Valley Oak graduation personally. My son graduated. Everybody from the board, or at least David, Elba, and Ms. Rosana, witnessed that I was an anti-safety and health consultant at that moment. And that is driving with the knee, taking pictures and taking video all at the same time, being very proud of my son graduating and walking that line. Also, appreciate the work that the district has invested with Flipgrid and making personalized videos for absolutely each one of our graduates in their school. Also participated on the radio show Celebrating Pride, a little bit different, but also advising people that we're flying proudly at NVUSD, our pride flag, and also talking about everything that's going on in the climate that we're in. I too spoke with various community members, and of course, I'm really happy that we're able to have, or I'm looking forward to the agenda item there. We have so much happening within our youth, our young adults, and our communities through this entire nation. And I just feel that how do we repair a lot of this racial and ethnic disparities, especially in our schools, in our school district? I don't want this to be taken out of context, and that is, you know, just simple words or another speech that we're listening to. But this is also us committing, or at least me committing to our students of color, of making our district a safe and protected institution for all of our students to excel in. I know there's research out there to prove our students are struggling and they're clenching on to do better. And I think that, you know, there are calls to action out there, and it's just, you know, reminding our board to kind of do our own call to action individually. I agree the conversation is uncomfortable for most, and don't allow this, how can I say this? Don't allow that because you're uncomfortable, you're gonna let this go away, because this is an opportunity when change happens. As a governance member, trustee, and acting president for NVUSD, it's my obligation to do what is correct for our students, our staff, and our families, and a community as a whole. Talking, protesting, civic engagement, media, social media, however you choose to express the desire of change in a peaceful manner, do it. Our systems need change, I agree. But I'm gonna quote something CSBA did for us, and I'm sure you all read, all our trustees read this, in a statement just a few days ago. And I quote, "Explore how education leaders can move from words to measurable actions to address systemic racism within our public school system." I couldn't have said it better myself. Our students need more, and the need is real. I think the cry is loud, and it's very, very clear. We need to do more. Yes, we need to review our discipline policies. We need to do more education of our staff, of classified and non-classified, and also holding this very conversation among our students and across the board about racism and anti-racism. As a member of this community and Transparency of California, my future husband is in law enforcement, and he is white, and now also confused about the future. We too are facing conversation, and real conversation, and that is, I have a future stepdaughter, and the conversation is, she's half white, she's half Mexicana, and with a father that's in law enforcement. So my heart is in it for everyone and seeing the greater good. I admit that challenges come in different waves, but waves are obstacles we can, one, either swim through, if we're good swimmers, if we risk drowning, or two, we surf through it. We have precision, thoughtfulness, and confidence in what we are doing. So with that, you may not all stay to the very end, because I know that, you know, our meetings go pretty long, but there are certain things for future agenda items, as I already specified before, that I'd be requesting from our board addressing what I just talked about. With that, I leave you with Dr. Rossana Massetti for her statement for the week.
Thank you, President Martin. Gracias. Thank you so much. Good evening, community. Again, I'm Dr. Rosana Musetti. For any of our hablantes del español, bienvenidos. We want to welcome you to our board meeting and hope that you're using the interpretation if necessary. Gracias por estar aquí con nosotros. I know my assistant superintendents have lengthy reports across all of their areas, so I'll keep it very brief. It's been alluded to by Trustee Water, we started the intense task of erecting the task force, the COVID-19 response task force for 2021 for the reopening of schools. We had our first meeting yesterday, and we'll continue to engage in work sessions over the course of the next 2 weeks, and then break out into more specific work groups to address in specificity many of the areas that we know are going to impact our students' school life in the fall in response to the varying public health landscape. I want to thank the 3 parents that I recruited to represent on the task force. It is a multi-stakeholder task force. We have representation from our administrators, we have students, we have site administrators, district administrators from the various divisions, because it's going to take an all hands on deck approach in order to determine what the plan is going to be in the fall. We have a trustee, Trustee Water, like she stated, is there. And then we have, the important voice of parents. And so I want to thank Steve Green from American Canyon High School, Katie Aaron, who's currently at Silverado Middle School and Vintage High School, but has a rising 9th grader to Vintage. And then I also want to thank Michelle, oh gosh, last name here. Well, Michelle from Northwood, Michelle Francis, who's a parent from Northwood. All 3 of those parents serve on the Superintendent Parent Advisory Committee. And so I was grateful to be able to recruit them, and I thank them for their leadership. We look forward, you'll hear in future communications throughout the summer. So for any parents that are out there, please stay tuned in to communications. We will be providing updates, and soon we will have a web page. As the task force work unfolds, we'll be making that work incredibly visible. And so our goal is to have our plan public in early July, shortly after the 4th of July holiday. So stay tuned. We know that a lot of districts have already gone out and advertised their plans, but we are taking the partnership with our labor unions very seriously. And we have engaged our labor unions early on from the first step in this work. And we believe that that is absolutely critical in order to make sure that we have a plan that we don't later need to retract because we weren't able to establish agreement with our labor unions. And so I want to thank all of the union representation on the task force who are partnering shoulder to shoulder with us to solve this really big dilemma of how we're going to return to school in the fall. If the graduations are any indication of our ability to retool our systems, then I think we have a strong potential for success. As Trustee Shunk stated, we believe that our alternative graduations demonstrated the competence that we have on our team and our ability to be swift on our feet, engage in some really hard work on how to rethink a tradition, and provide our families with a gold standard experience for what is a very, very special milestone in a child's life. And so I want to also, I think Mike Pearson's going to get a lot of shout outs for a long time around the graduation, but I also want to recognize the high school principals. They had to work closely with Mr. Pearson's team, and they did an extraordinary job of creating special moments on their campuses and at Memorial Stadium. I know I cried at least 20 to 25 times that week. I'm a mom, and so seeing a mother cry because we got to see we made the personal connections with every family that stands behind every student, and that was very, very special. And the fun's not over yet. If you go to the landing page around graduation on the district webpage, remember we still have the pre-recorded virtual videos that are all launching. And so every school has a special time. They'll be archived also in perpetuity if you can't make that special time. But we encourage you to use the special time as as another follow-up graduation party. So we want to just keep celebrating the class of 2020. I also want to thank Dr. Nemko and the Napa County Office of Education. Since our last board meeting, they held a meeting and a public hearing and a meeting where they approved our redistricting new trustee by area maps. I want to thank them for their thorough work around that critical initiative. And so we now again have the maps, we're redistricted by trustee by area. We have some action items associated to that later in the agenda. So I want to thank NCOE and Dr. Nemko for their leadership around that and the board of NCOE. And I want to let everybody know that Mr. Rob Manguala, our chief business official, and myself have had one meeting with some lobbyists in Sacramento. We have second meeting scheduled early next week as well. We are fighting hard in alignment with our strategic plan, goal number 3, around community engagement and taking a stand for California public schools. The current issue with the budgets post-COVID-19 for California school finance are very challenging and grim. We know that there's a lot of debate between our legislators and our governor right now, but we want to be part of the conversation and influence as much as we can in order to ensure that California doesn't leave its schools behind despite the pandemic and the economic crisis that it has caused. Lastly, before tossing it to the assistant superintendents, I want to recognize our students. Last Thursday, many of our students engaged in a peaceful and respectful protest. And it was incredible to learn and know that our students took advantage of an opportunity to express their voice. The current state of affairs with the tragic murder of George Floyd and all of the movements that are happening across our country and even globally, we can understand that now is an incredible opportunity for us as school systems to educate and empower young people. The youth are the solution to many of the racial injustice and social justice issues that we are facing on a global, national, state, and local level. And so it was an honor to see that our students could engage and leverage that empowerment to respectfully and peacefully protest around a matter that is important to them. And we encourage them to continue to do so. So with that, I'm going to pass it on to my assistant superintendents who will provide highlights from each of the divisions. And so we're going to start with Assistant Superintendent Dana Page from Human Resources.
Thank you, Dr. Massetti, President Martin, and Board of Trustees. It feels good to wrap up another year, and I was able to attend the adult school graduation and Napa High School graduation day 1 in my official capacity as the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. But on day 2 of Napa High School, I got to put on my mom hat and drive through the graduation ceremony for my son who graduated this year. I wanted to take a moment to thank all of the high school staffs and classified maintenance and operations crew who took on this challenge and created a very special moment of closure and celebration for our seniors and their families. As a mom, I want to seize the opportunity to also give a shout out to all the teachers, counselors, administrators, classified staff, and coaches who supported my son through his pre-K through 12 experience entirely in Napa Valley Unified School District. School success did not come naturally for him, so all of the extra efforts, words of encouragement, tough love, and attention from many, many people were critical in getting him through to graduation and prepared for college. So I just want to again acknowledge and thank them publicly. In HR, we've been busy preparing for next year by getting contracts out for certificated employees and letters of assurance to our classified staff. It was extra challenging this year as we are still toggling between our 2 financial and HRIS systems. But in about 2.5 weeks, we will be switching over entirely to our new system, so that is very exciting. And finally, we had our first of 4 meetings of the COVID-19 Response Task Force meeting that Dr. Massetti had spoken about. It was a really productive session. We immersed ourselves in data from the parent-staff survey, from interest that we gathered from our employee bargaining groups and the Center for Disease Control guidelines. I look forward to our next meeting tomorrow morning and continuing that progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Page. I would like to invite Assistant Superintendent Rob Manguala to give us highlights from the Business Services Division.
Thank you, Dr. Musetti. Since we will provide a very detailed report at the next meeting regarding our budget, tonight's update will be short. The business office is working diligently on the final details of our budget, which will be submitted for approval at the June 25th board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manguala. I'd like to invite Assistant Superintendent Pat Andrew Jennings from the Instructional Services Division.
Good evening, President Martin, trustees, and Dr. Musetti. I had the opportunity to attend the Diploma Walk celebrations at each of the high schools. What a pleasure it was to see the graduating students and their families. A special thank you and acknowledgement to the high school staff and leadership teams. They were all out there supporting their students. They really came through and provided our students and families with a memorable celebration. The work in the instructional division, however, never stops. As Assistant Superintendent Page mentioned, we are deep in the work and planning with the task force around the reconvening of schools in August. And we have also reconvened the math task force and health task force for one last time. And so please look forward to board presentations on both of these items in August. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Ms. Andrew Jennings. I'd now like to invite Assistant Superintendent, Mr. Mike Pearson, Assistant Superintendent of Graduation. Oh, I mean of Operational Services.
Thank you, Dr. Musetti. Good evening, President Martin, NVUSD Board of Trustees, and members of the NVUSD community. I appreciate the opportunity to provide you with an update with operational services. Tonight, my report is going to center on the NVUSD Diploma Distribution Walk, which took place last week at 7 different locations. Thank you all for your positive comments regarding the Diploma Distribution Walk. Upon learning that the traditional graduations could not take place this year due to the pandemic, the maintenance and operations staff and I were committed to design a memorable experience for each 2020 graduate to celebrate this significant milestone. First, I want to thank Gloria Aguirre and Albert D'Souza, along with Mike Manze, for their leadership leading up to the week-long celebration, as well as throughout the entire week. Countless hours of planning, rehearsing, more planning, and more rehearsal was conducted to ensure every detail for each event was addressed. Thank you all for your patience and dedication and putting up with me. Secondly, I want to acknowledge several maintenance employees for their leadership organizing staff for each event, specifically Hector Gallegos, Mike Garibaldi, and Alberto Avilla Cortez. Each day last week, they and their crew were out at each site no later than 6:30 a.m., setting up the stage and the routes to be followed. Later, each crew was then assigned an area to supervise throughout each event. I'm very proud of the leadership and commitment each person demonstrated last week. Thirdly, I want to acknowledge Carpenter Suhail Cassis, who spent countless hours almost single-handedly making ramps to fit both sides of each stage at the last minute. His craftsmanship was clearly evident, as I do not think anyone even noticed the stages were hand-built. I also want to thank Jim Van Winden, who owns Van Winden Landscaping. Jim donated over 20 potted plants to decorate each stage. And finally, thank you to School Resource Officer Carrie Sedgley for leading the Napa Police Department at each event in Napa, and Chief Oscar Ortiz with the American Canyon Police Department for assisting at American Canyon High School. And lastly, I want to praise the leadership of each site principal and their team. This was truly a collaborative effort, and each event would not have been nearly successful without their guidance and direction. Thank you to Crystal Lopez at American Canyon High School, Monica Reddy at Napa High School, Maria Lopez Cisneros at Valley Oak High School, Susan Miller at New Tech High School, Drew Heron at Napa Valley Independent Study, Rick Jordan at Napa Valley Adult School, and Sarah O'Connor at Vintage High School for partnering with maintenance and operations staff. Together, we created truly memorable experiences for the class of 2020. Last week was truly a magical experience, and I'm honored that my department was able to be part of acknowledging the class of 2020. This concludes my report for tonight.
That's all of them, President Martin.
Thank you for your reports. We missed the doves, Mike. We missed the doves and the beautiful confetti this year, but I'm sure everything else, I mean, it came out impeccable.
We tried for the doves, President Martin. Just couldn't get enough of them.
Sounds good. Okay, moving on, we will go, before we go into approval of consent agenda, we have item I3A that was moved, Napa Valley Unified School District staff program update with regard to Legacy Youth Project. Assistant Superintendent Pat Andrew Jennings will provide the Board of Education with an update regarding the Legacy Youth Project program.
Actually, I believe Assistant Superintendent Mangualo is going to go first.
Yes, that's correct.
Go ahead.
Manuel Ruiz, can you bring up the presentation, please? Thank you. Good evening. My name is Rabinder or Rob Mangwala. I am the Chief Business Official of the Napa Valley Unified School District. In this role, I also oversee data and accountability. My portion of tonight's presentation will examine some measures of at-risk or at-promise students. Pat Andrew Jennings, our Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services, will then review current programs addressing the needs of our at-promise students, and will also review potential programs that can be scaled district-wide. Next slide, please. Next slide. Tonight's presentation has a very strong connection to our strategic plan, specifically Goal 1, student learning, achievement, and access. Students experience engaging and relevant pedagogy. Goal 4, tactical, proactive, and efficient asset management. Goal 5, equity-centered leadership and inclusive organizational culture. Next slide, please. So for outcomes for tonight's presentation, we will understand how we can define students that are at promise based on multiple measures. We'll understand the number and percent of students that are at promise district-wide that need additional support. We'll also review current programs addressing the needs of our at promise students and review potential programs that can be scaled district-wide. Next slide, please. There are multiple ways that you can, or methods that you can use to determine at-promise students. Some of the well-accepted measures include socioeconomic status, chronic absenteeism, homelessness, suspension, academic indicators such as CASP. For tonight's presentation, we will specifically be looking at these measures from the perspective of the Latino students in the Napa Valley Unified School District. Next slide.
Mr. Manguala, before you continue with the data, I just want to remind everyone we are showing the Spanish, but again, if any of our public needs Spanish interpretation, I encourage you to click the interpretation button for the simultaneous translation. And I also want everybody to know that the Spanish version is also available on the board agenda website.
Mr. Ruiz, could you also go a little bit slower when we go through this Spanish slide, just so the audience has a chance to see it in Spanish also?
Thank you.
Thank you. In terms of district ethnicity, by far the largest ethnicity in the Napa Valley Unified School District are Latino students. There are 9,741 Latino students in the Napa Valley Unified School District, or 56.33%. This number, 56.33%, it's an important number to recognize as we go through these multiple measures. Pay particular attention in terms of the at-promise students for each measure. Next slide, please. Next slide. For our first measure, we examined socioeconomic status. In terms of the Napa Valley Unified School District, you can see that approximately 52% of our students meet the definition of socioeconomically disadvantaged students, 9,120 students. Next slide, Ms. Ruiz. Next slide. So when you look at this indicator in terms of our Latino students make up over 80% of our low SES students, or 7,297 students. Going back to my previous slide, even though Latino students only represent approximately 56% of our student population, they represent the vast majority of our low SES students. Next slide, please. Next slide. For our next indicator, we examine chronic absenteeism. Chronic absenteeism is defined as a student that misses 10% or more of the school year. For this data point, we did go back to 2018-19, as we know this school year ended early. So in terms of a district-wide statistic, 1,819 students are chronically absent. This equates to 11.75 of our student population. Next slide, please. Next slide.
Mr. Manguala, we're just going slow on the Spanish, so hold tight.
Of the 1,819 chronically absent students from 2018-19, 1,151, or 63.27%, are Latino students. Next slide. Next slide. In terms of homeless students district-wide, you can see in this graph that there are a total of 277 homeless students in the Napa Valley Unified School District, or 1.6%. Next slide, please. Next slide. Of the 277 students, 219, or almost 80% of our homeless students are Latino in the Napa Valley Unified School District. Next slide. Next slide. Number of students suspended once or more. Of the 588 students that were suspended one or more times, 382, or 64%, are Latino. Next slide. For SBAC, for these measures, we're looking at our academic measures. And again, this is data from last year. As we know, the SBAC was not given this year. So for English language arts, you can see 3,322, or 71% of our Latino students did not pass the ELA section of the SBAC. Mr. Ruiz? Next slide. And for mathematics, 71% of our Latino students did not pass the SBAC in mathematics. Mr. Ruiz? Mr. Ruiz? So what does this data tell us? So what this data shows is that we have a lot of work to do in terms of programming. Can you go back to the previous slide? We have a lot of work to do in terms of programming and providing support for our at-promise Latino students. No matter how you cut the data, no matter which measure that you look at, we as a school district, we know that we have a lot of work to do. And with that said, I'm going to pass the presentation to Pat Andrew Jennings, who will continue.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Manguala, for the data presentation. Good evening, President Martin, trustees, and Dr. Musetti. Tonight, I want to share with you how we are meeting the needs of our underserved students, or sometimes referred to as at promise, and more specifically about the Legacy Youth Project and our decision to no longer offer the Legacy courses during the school day. Currently, there are 3 programs in place in various schools throughout the district that specifically serve our at-promise students. There's AVID, which means Advancement via Individual Determination. AVID is a nationally recognized program to support students with academic skills, provides family support and education with the end goal of preparing students to enter college prepared and ready. AVID is offered at all of our comprehensive high schools, our middle schools, and some elementary schools. Another program that's in place is LAYLA. LAYLA is a youth leadership program at 3 of our elementary schools, 1 middle school, and 1 high school. We will talk more about LAYLA later on in the presentation. Tonight, we will focus on what is known as the Legacy Youth Project. Mr. Rees, go ahead and go to the next slide. Thank you. What is commonly thought of as Legacy Youth Project is a collection of various courses at 3 of our schools. At Harvest, students are in a class called Video and Debate. At Redwood, students are placed in a course called Study Skills or exploratory, depending on their grade level. And at Vintage, students in 9th grade are placed in an academic skills development course, and students in 10th, 11th, and 12th grade are enrolled in the board-approved course of Legacy Youth Project. Next slide, please. The Legacy Youth Project consists of an ethnic studies curriculum, academic support, character development, mentorship, family engagement, and wellness, as well as wraparound services. The Legacy Youth Project 1 course overview states that the Legacy course teaches students who they are, where they come from, and where they are going. Next slide, please. We're going to take a closer look at the Legacy program at Vintage. Legacy began as a response to gang-related issues at Vintage High School by the Napa Police Department. In 2012-13, it became a class that was offered during the school day. In October of 2017, the school board adopted the Legacy course as an A to G qualifying elective course. Students receive elective credit for the class that count toward graduation requirements. Some students take the course for 3 years, although it only counts for one of those years as credit to meet the A to G requirements as an elective. Also, this becomes a problem if students need to complete other courses toward credit recovery due to non-passing grades in courses required for graduation. Let's take a look at the enrollment and funding history of these courses and what is known as the Legacy Youth Project. Next slide, please. Oh, did I skip? Oh. Legacy began as a class with 7 students. From the records I've been able to find, it's unclear how it was funded in the first initial year. For the 2013-14 school year, from documents provided by LYP, their budget shows $51,000. According to LYP documents, the funding sources were the Napa Police, Napa Valley Unified School District, and various community philanthropies. In 2014-15, funded continued from the Napa Police Department, NVUSD, and other philanthropies. In the 2015-2016 school year, Napa began to pay LYP staff directly as consultants, and according to the LYP documents, they received approximately $118,000 from various community organizations and donations. The enrollment in 2015 was 39 students at Vintage High. And you can see in the first few years, the program was solely at Vintage High School. Next slide, please. From 2016 through this school year, the program continued to grow and the funding increased. The program expanded to Redwood and Silverado, although there was a dip in enrollment from 2017 and 2018 to 67 students, even though the funding increased. As a side note, it was difficult to uncover the funding amounts due to the various funding sources and how those working with the Legacy Youth Project were paid. Currently, LYP staff is paid by the Napa Valley Ed Foundation through a consulting agreement with Napa Valley Unified School District. Next slide, please. Leaving the enrollment and funding amounts behind, I want to focus on the students who are currently in LYP. because that's why we're all here. Let's take a look to learn more about these students. Currently, there are 118 students in the Legacy Youth Project. 52% are English learners, and of the 118 students, 35 are long-term English learners, or what we refer to as LTELs. These are students that have attended schools for 7 years and have yet to score English proficient on the English Language Proficiency Assessment for California, which is also known as the LPAC. You can see that there is an enrollment, like the 8th and 9th grade have pretty high enrollments, and as we get to 10th, 11th, and 12th grade, the number of students involved in Legacy goes down. Next slide, please. Currently, Legacy is at Harvest, Vintage, and Redwood. There's one class section at Harvest, one class section at Redwood, and 3 classes at Vintage. Next slide, please. Most students who are placed or who enroll in Legacy, it happens during middle school in collaboration with school site staff and in collaboration with the Legacy staff. There are students who need additional academic, behavioral, or attendance support. And there's no doubt that the support that students receive while in Legacy has positively impacted them. Students have stated that the Legacy program has changed the trajectory of their lives. So the question is, why are we no longer offering these courses? Next slide.
Go ahead, Mr. Ruiz. Thank you.
What started as a question around funding quickly revealed some critical design issues with the Legacy Youth Program. First of all of the courses of LYP, over the course of LYP's existence, the LYP staff has not been credentialed. As a result, the site admin has been the teacher of record. Also, as mentioned earlier, students take the same course for 4 years, and it only counts as an A to G elective course once. LYP is not a nonprofit, and as a result, the Napa Valley Education Foundation serves as their fiscal agent. NVUSD does not have a memorandum of understanding in place with LYP, so there is no direct accountability or oversight. And lastly, the current structure and cost is not scalable given the amount of at-promise students we have district-wide. Let's take a look at each of those concerns. Next slide, please. California Ed Code states that the governing board of a school district shall employ for positions requiring certification qualifications only persons who possess the qualifications for those positions prescribed by law. It also states that it is the duty of each district superintendent to ensure that certificated staff hold valid documents authorizing them to serve in their assigned positions. Next slide, please. In regard to the nonprofit status, normally we would have a board-approved memorandum of understanding that outlines services that would be rendered. The MOU would detail the implementation and success measures. This allows for clear accountability and transparency with our community partners as well as the larger school community. Next slide, please. As we think about scalability, we reviewed this proposal from Mr. Hagedorn in early April for the amount of $275,000. At that time, we discussed the need to reduce the amount due to current budget district reductions and presented the idea to reimagine LYP as a potential after-school program to align with California Ed Code. We also started to review other programs in our district that supported our at-promise youth. Next slide, please. One key program that exists at 5 of our schools is Layla, a youth leadership program. The 234 students in this program range from 4th grade to 12th grade and are provided leadership development and community engagement experiences. Layla sets high expectations, assists with college and career readiness, builds leadership skills, and strengthens students' connectedness to their school. This program is done through a collaborative partnership with On the Move, a local nonprofit organization, and serves students at McPherson, Phillips, Silverado, Shear, and Napa High. For our elementary students, the program meets twice a week after school for 2 hours. For our middle and high school students, it is a class during the day. Students in high school receive social studies credit towards graduation for this class. Because of our partnership with On the Move, the cost to the district is $40,000. The amount on the slide is incorrect. My apologies. The On the Move MOU is on the board agenda for tonight. On the Move also provides family resource centers that serve all of our families, but are located at the three elementary schools, McPherson, Phillips, and Shear. Additionally, they provide ongoing parent support and education programs, which is reflected in the MOU cost of $130,000. Next slide, please. As we work to create a district-wide, robust ethnic studies program, we have explored Puente, a national model for student success. Puente is co-sponsored by UC Berkeley and the California Community College Chancellor's Office. There is currently a very strong Puente program at Napa Valley College. Puente has middle and high school programs that consist of special training for the teacher delivering the curriculum and an identified counselor that supports students. In the Puente model, students in 9th and 10th grade take an A to G English class that integrates Latinx and multicultural literature and provides counseling and mentoring support. The funding amount needed would be approximately $15,000 per teacher. It takes a year to effectively implement. If selected, implementation would take place during the 2021-22 school year. Next slide, please. To address the impact of the decision to not offer Legacy as a course during the school day, we had the following goals: maintain support, both academic and social emotional, to current Legacy students, create transformational programs that can be scaled, sustained, and most importantly, adhere to California Ed Code. With that in mind, next slide, please. Students who are currently enrolled in Legacy courses will be offered 3 choices. They can choose to select an academic support class for next year, or take a previously approved race and social justice A to G social studies class, or select a different elective. We will also provide additional support through our social workers, school counselors, and parent liaisons as needed by students or families. Next slide, please. I've been in my position for a little over 8 weeks, and the work ahead is clear. Given all that is going on in the world today, we have a commitment to support not only the students impacted at Vintage, but to implement effective, sustainable, and robust programs that address the needs of all of our students. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Andrea and Rob Manguala.
Yep. So thank you, Assistant Superintendent, Ms. Andrew Jennings and Mr. Manguala for that detailed data-driven presentation. Before we proceed with public comment and board discussion, President Martin, I would like to provide additional information to the public. First and foremost, I want to reiterate the district's unwavering commitment to providing programs that support our underserved, at-risk, at-promise students, and specifically, our commitment to finding both a short-term and long-term solution to support the students currently enrolled in the Legacy Youth Project. This has been a priority of mine since I arrived here in NVUSD almost 2 years ago. It is specifically outlined in the board-adopted strategic plan under Goal 1, Student Learning, Achievement, and Access, which includes initiatives around college and career readiness for all students with a focus on the historically underserved. And Goal 5, Equity-Centered Leadership and Inclusive Organizational Culture. On a personal note, as the first English speaker in my own home, and a first-generation college graduate myself, I'm honored to be NVUSD's first Latinx Spanish bilingual woman to lead the school district. One that, after you see tonight's presentation, has nearly 10,000 Latinx students, of which many need our organization's support, our community's support. That's why it's so important for us to ensure that we have sustainable, scalable programs that will support not just a few, but all the students that have a need as outlined in the data segment of tonight's presentation. I've spent my entire career serving racially, culturally, and linguistically diverse communities and have a track record of launching sustainable programs specifically aimed at supporting at-risk students even during the most challenging times. Even when there's a budget challenge, we need to make our Latino youth a priority. As tonight's presentation by the Assistant Superintendents revealed, this is not merely a budget issue. Although it's been oversimplified by some of the program advocates as a simple budget cut, I want to reassure the community at large and the school board that it is not. As the presentation unveiled, there are many structural and sustainability issues with the program after 8 years of implementation. In addition, through an in-depth historical analysis and evaluation over the course of the last few weeks, more concerns with the program have emerged. As a public entity, when entering into agreements, the district needs to adhere and abide by the California Education Code and governance standards and regulations for publicly funded institutions. When our team began the work around rigorously evaluating the Legacy program, we also found egregious violations in how the program was established, built, adopted, and funded. Because of my personal and professional commitment to always doing the right thing, holding our organization, NVUSD, to the highest of standards, and my transparent approach to very difficult work, I would like to invite our legal counsel, Mary Hernandez from Garcia Hernandez Sani, to go on public record this evening to summarize her current findings and recommendations moving forward based on my team's recent discoveries. Ms. Hernandez?
Good evening. The Legacy Youth Project is a group of individuals who together implement an ethnic studies program for NVUSD students. It is not a nonprofit organization. None of the individuals in the Legacy Youth Program have a credential to teach in the K-12 school system. Carlos Hagedorn, who served as an NVUSD board member from approximately December 2012 through December 2016, 2012 through 2016, is a founding member of the group. The district recently began a careful evaluation of the Legacy Youth Project. And as part of the district's new strategic plan, the current NVUSD Board of Education charged the new superintendent with the task of evaluating all partnerships and agreements with external partners to ensure quality, cost effectiveness, and alignment with the district's goals. Current NVUSD leadership had many concerns with the LYP program design, its lack of scalability, and overall cost. After initial review and ongoing discussions with LYP staff, the changes required by NVUSD leadership were met with resistance and assertive demands by Mr. Hagedorn. This forced the staff to conduct an even deeper evaluation to understand the entire history of the program, including an analysis of all program components and funding streams. While evaluating the LYP and its origins in preparation to establish a potential agreement for the 2020-2021 school year, the district found a series of questionable practices when conducting its research. NVUSD staff discovered evidence that violated conflict of interest laws. In addition, the NVUSD leadership team also found evidence that while on the Board of Education, Mr. Hagedorn developed and marketed a contract proposal and funding request that was considered, discussed, and eventually fully funded by the district. The law that is currently of most concern to the district is Government Code Section 1090. This law completely prohibits the Board of Education from approving any contract where one of the board members has a financial interest in that contract. The district's review is ongoing, but at this time, the district believes Mr. Hagedorn had a financial interest in the school resource officer or SRO contracts between NVUSD and the city of Napa for the 2014-2015 and possibly the 2015-2016 and 2016-2017 academic years. The district is reviewing documentation from the city of Napa to confirm the amount and source of the payments Mr. Hagedorn received from the city of Napa during these years. And there are other contracts under review, but these are the ones that have surfaced as legally problematic to date. There is an exception to Government Code Section 1090's requirements that Mr. Hagedorn could possibly have taken advantage of if proper procedures were followed. For a period of time, Mr. Hagedorn was paid for his Legacy Youth Project work through the City of Napa's Police Department from funding received under the SRO agreements between the City of Napa and the Napa Valley Unified School District. Under Government Code Section 1091, salaries, per diems, and expense reimbursements from another governmental entity, such as the City of Napa, would be considered remote interests. If a board member only has a remote interest in a contract, they're not considered to have a conflict that prohibits the board from voting on the contract. If the board member discloses their financial interest to the Board of Education, that disclosure is noted in the official records of the district, and after the disclosure, the Board of Education authorizes, approves, or ratifies the contract in good faith without counting the vote of the board member with the remote interest. Unfortunately, Mr. Hagedorn did not disclose his financial interest in the SRO agreements to the Board of Education before they voted on them. And indeed, nothing within any of the SRO agreements indicated that any of the funding would go toward the Legacy Youth Project or to fund Mr. Hagedorn's salary. Accordingly, the Board of Education had no reason to know that the SRO agreements they voted would financially benefit Mr. Hagedorn. The district's review is ongoing, but at this time, it appears that the only individuals at the Napa Valley Unified School District with knowledge of this inappropriate arrangement were Carlos Hagedorn, Superintendent Patrick Sweeney, and Chief Business Officer Wade Roach. With respect to the 2017 SRO contract, I note that there was a delay in bringing this contract to the board for a vote until February 2017, after Mr. Hagedorn had already left the board. That he left the board before it was voted on does not solve the potential problem with that contract if indeed we confirm he had a financial interest in this contract as well. The California Attorney General, in its Conflict of Interest Guidebook, notes that although an official or employee may resign from his or her position, that resignation may not be sufficient to avoid a Section 1090 violation when that person has been involved in the contracting process. The California Attorney General goes on to cite a case in which the court concluded that where a council member had been involved in the preliminary stages of the planning and negotiations process, but had resigned from the council prior to its vote on the contract, the council member had been involved in the making of the contract in violation of Government Code Section 1090. Violations of Government Code Section 1090 are very serious. First, violations are criminal. Government Code Section 1097 provides that a willful violation of Government Code Section 1090 is punishable by a fine of not more than $1,000 or by imprisonment in the state prison, and the person is forever disqualified from holding any office in the state. The statute of limitations for criminal prosecution is 3 years, with the time period not commencing to run until discovery of the violation. There are also civil and administrative actions that could result from violations of Government Code Section 1090. The Fair Political Practices Commission, or FPPC, is an independent state agency created by the California State Legislature to interpret and enforce provisions of the Political Reform Act, which is Government Code Section 87100 et sec, and Government Code 1090. Their website is at fppc.ca.gov. The FPPC can file a civil action within 4 years of an alleged violation in which a person held liable would be subject to a civil fine in an amount not to exceed the greater of $10,000 or 3 times the value of the financial benefit received by the defendant for each violation. That's in Government Code Section 1097.3. The FPPC can also refer cases where appropriate to either the district attorney or attorney general for criminal prosecution. Finally, it is possible that the district could seek reimbursement of certain amounts paid to Mr. Hagedorn because of his breach of his ethical duties. The district is still gathering facts and will review and consider all options. The district plans to swiftly submit a complete self-reporting of the violations to the Fair Political Practices Commission, will provide complete cooperation with all investigative authorities, and will follow their lead concerning appropriate accountability steps.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. We believe strongly in the merits of transformational programs intended to close the opportunity gaps for the youth of our community. Our presentation tonight undoubtedly demonstrates that our community and our students need our support, especially our Latino students, of which there are 10,000. And the results that we've attained as an organization for them are unacceptable. We have a lot of work to do, and we need to do a much better job. However, as the superintendent of schools, we have legal and ethical obligations, and our public accountability, trust, and integrity supersedes everything else. So with that, President Martin, please proceed with public comment and board discussion.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Do we have public comment on this item?
President Martin, we do have several public comment. We'll start at the top. Dalton Piercy, I am unmuting your mic. You can go ahead and speak, and I will.
Ruiz, before we go with public comment, can we just remember that we need to ask if they need English or Spanish interpretation?
Yes. Mr. Dalton, do you need Spanish translation?
You know, because I live in a Latino community and most of them are like my Calabash family here, sure, I would accept that. I don't know if they're listening or not, but I think it's important. Are you ready?
So
give me one.
Hold on, Mr. Dalton, just as a matter of procedure, we have the Spanish translation happening simultaneously on the other channel.
Okay, that's fine.
We don't need to do consecutive translation for English speakers, although if our Spanish speakers, nuestros hablantes del español, want to speak, we will need to do a consecutive translation for them.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to start. I have been reviewing the master plan for equity, access, and opportunity. I see failure in the basic premise of the intent of the plan since its beginning. As we can see now, an educator was hired by contract to oversee a program within the intended plan who was not credentialed, placing the positive success of the plan at risk. As a member of the community, having followed your efforts, it only leaves me concerned in determining that select board members are acting out of political bubble thinking. 2, I have additional concerns that past actions by the board have created a defaulting and confusing disconnection to the community as a whole for the following reasons. A clear and uneducated action in the mascot issue that lacked astute knowledge of Native American tribal culture with those specific sacred, spiritual, and traditional ways from the culture that define the sought after positive imaging, providing as well positive role models for not only Native American youth, but youth with Native American heritage and youth in the community as a whole. There was an error there. I discovered that the fundamental and ideology of decolonization was being taught in classes in the Napa Valley Unified School District. Understanding tribal culture, you would have understood that since 1996 to now, there is a division in the Native American housing concern of decolonization versus Native American sacred spiritual ways and traditions. In my view, your work in this area resulted in a negative communicated language of genocide, racism, rape, and scalping, defining a past negative mindset, which was so bountifully pounded upon the heads of all the youth in our community. With that said, I review these past critical mistakes that clearly compromised your equity master plan. What were you really attempting to do? 3, in conclusion, I believe that Superintendent Musetti has a positive and fair vision for equity in this community and for the youth and that attend Napa Valley Unified School District. And I have hope that the true nature of Native American culture will be given fair respect and treasuring of its people. I am Unisatitaka Wakian. That is a sacred name. And I have spoke. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Piercy. Do we have another public comment, please?
Yes, Ines Luna.
Yes.
¿Necesita español? Do you need Spanish?
No, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Ness, you can start speaking.
Okay. So this is a letter written by the Napa County Latinx Democratic Club. We would like to address the school board members and staff to formally relay our deep concern over the possible elimination of a core academic asset for Latinx youth, the Legacy Youth Project. A more detailed statement has been emailed to the board. Although strides have been made to address inequities, there is still more work to be done. As 56% of the school population, we recognize that Latinx youth are the future leaders of this county, and it is vital that their empowerment begins during their formative years. As such, it is critical the NVUSD school curriculum reflect this value and integrate a culturally competent curriculum in ethnic studies and social justice leadership in time for the 2020-2021 academic year. It is important that given the timeline prior to the next school year, the school board defines a clear pathway to integrate this vital curriculum in time for the 2020-2021 academic school year. The NCLDC would like to see the following occur: the creation of a community-centered process. We would like for the school board to direct the superintendent to create a committee made up of Latinx students, parents, educators, and board members to create a community-based solution to this potential programming gap in accordance with the Goal 3 of the current NVUSD strategic plan and board policies. Ethnic studies as a requirement. Ensure that ethnic studies is integrated as an A through G requirement by the 2020-2021 school year and is offered and promoted to all students in accordance with Goal 5 of the NVUSD strategic plan. Don't just promote diversity, teach it. Inclusion and training, that the ethnic studies and social leadership curriculum be included at all school sites. Additionally, teachers are trained to be more culturally sensitive and engaging. This training should be done by an identified research educator who demonstrates this training expertise. Eliminating racial bias in other courses, that all social studies and humanities classes keep teaching and addressing Black history beyond slavery to the point of explicitly addressing present racism throughout the course, and to not stop teaching Chicanx history after its summary of Cesar Chavez's activism. These courses should teach the historical realities of people of color over the past 500 years. Culturally competent educators, that the ethnic studies curriculum be taught by Latinx and demonstrated culturally competent educators. We hope that the outcome of this meeting produces an expedient and tangible solution. NCLDC would like to be supportive throughout the process of achieving these goals. The NCLDC, just as a background, is a new civic and community-oriented organization recently chartered by the Napa County Democratic Committee, composed of Latinx community leaders. We work within the Democratic Party and community at large to bring Latinx issues to the forefront and ensure that all Latinos are given meaningful opportunities in our county. Thank you.
Thank you, Ines. The next comment, please.
Yes, Sylvia Angel.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Okay. Hello, I am here today to advocate for my student and the Legacy Youth Project. A few weeks ago, I sent an email to Dr. Massetti, Vintage High School Principal Ms. O'Connor, and the board, and I'd like to thank Ms. O'Connor, Mr. Gracia, Ms. Martin, and Ms. Jankowitz for taking the time to respond and acknowledge receipt of my email. I am a proud parent of the Youth Legacy Project student, and I'd like to share my experience with the Legacy Youth Project, also known for its acronyms, LYP. My student is someone who has always struggled academically. When I learned about the LYP, I knew that I had to get my student into that program. LYP has given my student the academic and emotional support that he has needed at school. They took him in with open arms and they have helped him to be a successful student. LYP is not your average class that sees students just as a number or a simple body in a chair. I will give you a comparison example. My student was previously enrolled in AVID. AVID has been the only class in my son's entire education career that has negatively affected him. He'd come home crying because the teacher would humiliate him in front of the class because he would have difficulty understanding the curriculum. LYP has done the complete opposite. They not only support my student academically, but emotionally and mentally. LYP is a voice for our most vulnerable students. Please understand that you cannot bring a credentialed teacher and expect them to fill the LYP coach's shoes. It takes a special kind of human. I'd like to implore the NVUSD board to please work with the current LYP coaches to ensure that the education code requirements are met so that our youth don't suffer from this decision. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Sylvia Angel. The next comment, please.
Yes, Carla Gomez.
Yes, I am here.
Go ahead and begin speaking, Carla.
On June 10th, 2020, the Legacy Youth Project, hold on, your screen has like taken over mine. Can I start over? I just can't,
I have to have the timer displayed.
yeah, I know, it
Ms.
just,
Carla.
can you just start it over? I have both things now because it took over my, my screen. Thank you. On June 10th, 2020, the Legacy Youth Project staff, Yolanda Ayala, Carlos Hagedorn, and I, Carla Gomez Pelayo, emailed the following message. Dear Dr. Musetti and Board of Trustees, on behalf of the Legacy Youth Project, it has been our highest honor to serve our youth and families for the past 8 years. By working with NVUSD, the Napa Valley Education Foundation, and other community organizations, LYP has transformed our youth, families, school, district, and Napa Valley community. The last 8 years would not have been possible without NVUSD Board of Trustees partnership and support. Unfortunately, breakdowns in communication over the last 6 weeks between NVUSD and LYP have resulted in the district office retracting their support of the Legacy Youth Project as a course during the school day. It is disappointing that we were unable to find common ground to serve our students and families. The discrepancies in the process and agreements between us superseded our collaboration from the last 2 years, which included budget sustainability and hiring of credentialed teachers. Although we were previously informed that our collaborative plan addressed these obstacles, the communication and tone towards our team, as well as our students and families, have changed very recently. Our students, families, and school site staff feel the impact. As the Legacy Youth Project moves forward in various ways in the educational sphere, we are grateful for the 8 years of service to our youth and families of NVUSD. A special thanks to our site administrators, teachers, counselors, classified staff for their commitment and guidance to LYP. It is our greatest hope that NVUSD continues to provide the necessary support and services for the advancement of our at-promise students and families, for that has always been our most sincere focus. We deeply love our youth and their families and will be forever committed to this work for the greater good of our community and seeing our students thrive. May our students, families, and communities carry our legacies. And in addition, I have a few closing remarks about this process. I am disappointed that the district office leadership and school board did not come together with us to find solutions in a humanizing, collaborative, and welcoming environment. I'm also deeply offended that you keep referring to LYP as my colleague Carlos Hagedorn, when in fact there are 3 Chicanas on staff with equal leadership who sustain our program. In addition, it is truly heartbreaking and a violation of our Napa community values that you have chosen to target Carlos rather than collaborate with us to find solutions. Over the past 8 years, our legacy team has dedicated our lives to ensuring we intervene and disrupt institutional racism and the school-to-prison pipeline that create at-risk conditions for our youth and families. Given the political uprising, the lives of our Black and Brown youth have always mattered in LYP, and our program was a place within the school where they thrived. We have done everything right, given our all, and have inspired generations of Napa Valley youth. Each one of you have failed me. You have failed our students and all of us. Throughout this process, you have modeled the kind of leader I never want to become. I am committed to leading with integrity alongside my community, legacy team, and precious youth because this is my home. And when all of you are gone, we will still be here and never forget the legacy you're leaving. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carla Gomez. Next comment, Manny.
Jasmine Garcia. Go ahead, Jasmine.
Can I go now?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Jasmine Garcia. I have been in the Legacy Youth Project for about 2 years now. And since the first time I walked into Legacy, it changed my life completely. Thanks to the LYP coaches and LYP, I started taking school seriously and I started to love myself and my roots even more. I became more aware of myself and the world around me. I finally felt cared for at school. Legacy needs to be safe because it's the only ethnic studies class in the whole district. We deserve the right to know about our roots and who we are. Legacy Youth Project is not only a class where we learn important things on a daily basis, but it's our second home and family. Anyone who joins Legacy is 100% guaranteed to graduate. Why do you want to take Legacy away from us? I would much rather prefer have Legacy Youth Project than have a school that gets its walls painted every month for the tourists. Our education and voice matters. When you take a program like Legacy away from us, I feel like you try to hide our own story from us. Thank you. I'm done speaking.
Thank you, Jasmine. Manny, the next comment, please.
Yes, Giruwags Yamas.
Good evening. My name is Eduvige Llamas. I just wanted to note that I've been on the Spanish translation channel, and either something is wrong or it's not being translated because I have heard nothing in Spanish.
Did you select the Spanish option?
I did.
Ms. Edit?
I did. I'm very familiar with Zoom, and so I intentionally went into the Spanish channel, and nothing has been translated to Spanish. I've been hearing the whole meeting in English. So I just want to make you aware of that, because if we have parents, community members that are looking forward to understanding what's going on, that's not happening.
Okay.
Can you restart the timer for Ms. Llamas, please, Manny? And
yeah.
Marcia, are you on here? Just give us a second, Ms. Llamas, to address that issue.
Thank you.
Marcy?
I can hear her now. I have not been able to hear none of the Spanish at all until right now. I'm just concerned that other people. Yeah, I'm concerned that other people, that the meeting started since 7 o'clock and or whatever time it started, and that no one's heard the Spanish until now that she just said she's been translating.
Okay, well, we'll look into the matter, but you can continue with your public comment.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. My name is Eduvige Llamas. I am, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I just want to echo what some of the other speakers have said. As it was mentioned, there's a lot of work to be done. We definitely know many in our community are educators, parents, and advocates for all of our youth, including our Latino students. We definitely need to look at this. We need a systematic approach to ensure that ethnic studies is implemented throughout Napa Valley Unified School System between K-12. That we need to support all of our students, not only our Latino students. I urge the district to have a committee that is made up of students, parents, staff, and community members to address ethnic studies in a way that is systematic, sustainable, and that also it ensures that things like this won't happen. I also wanted to take the opportunity to thank the Legacy Youth Project staff with regards to the work they have been doing in the past few years. It is unfortunate that at this point we're finding out of inaccuracies that have happened many years ago, and that has led to the discontinuation of this program that has been serving a certain demographic in the school system. So I wanted to thank them for their advocacy, for their work, and for the commitment to all of our students. And I also just want to have it be on record that there are many of us in the community that are ready and willing to be involved in a committee that can look at this and be able to ensure that students, not only this year, but in the future, never have to know that a program like this is no longer going to be offered, or that it's going to be offered only as a possible after school intervention program. So I thank you very much for listening to us, and also know that there are many, many of us. I hope that I get called and asked to be part of this committee that will be able to really work and look at how we can do this for our community, because our Latino youth and just our youth in general, they are our leaders of tomorrow. they will lead the work that and the systems that we all live under currently. So thank you very much. And I look forward to hearing from someone about how I can be of support.
Ms. Llamas, thank you for your comment. I just want to confirm we've checked the channel. It is working. And so I encourage you to kind of maybe retry again, but we've double and triple checked it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Llamas. Manny, the next comment, please.
Yes, Bianca Valdez. Bianca?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay.
Hi, so I'm Bianca, and I'm here to express my support for the Legacy Youth Project. In reflecting, I remember the very important school board meeting that took place on April 5th, 2018, in which the Legacy team and school site administrators presented the school board. I was present at that meeting, and as a product of this school district, a program like Legacy would have been incredibly beneficial. I found the public record video and transcribed Mr. Pearson's public comment where he speaks highly of the Legacy Youth Project. This is what Mike Pearson said, and I quote, "So I'm going to approach it from a different way. You know, I can echo everything that has been said, and I am fortunate to see the kids that come from the middle school and come into the high school and graduate. And you know the data speaks for itself. I think what I want to say is I want to talk about myself and while I want to do what I want to do with that. I want you to know that this is when this happened, when Legacy was born. It happened after a really terrible event that occurred at Vintage. This massive fight and police on campus and kids arrested, and it was horrible. And I can remember with Jen and some other people kind of questioning what in the heck are we doing wrong, because I thought we were pretty good administrators, and I just got to figure this out. I don't know what it is, and at that point I kind of realized maybe I got to start figuring out, maybe I need to get the kids to start figuring it out. And that was probably a big step in my growth as an administrator at that point. And through this, I really believe that over the last 4 years, my growth as an administrator has improved tremendously because of the relationship with Legacy and the relationship with Carlos and all the folks that are part of Legacy. It's challenged me. It's forced me to be uncomfortable when maybe I don't want to be uncomfortable. It's encouraged me. It's surprised me. It's really forced me to be reflective and really to listen. And I don't always want to be the person listening sometimes. I want to be the person talking, and that's hard, particularly as a principal. It's hard to do that, but I've had to listen, and I've had to listen very carefully when the kids are talking, in particular because their messages are super important. If I didn't, I wouldn't be able to respond to whatever their needs are. I've been questioned a lot, and that's also not easy as an administrator to be questioned, because you think you're a principal, you're supposed to have all the answers, and to be questioned is humbling at times. There's a richness that I never knew was out there, a richness of cultural celebration that I'm so happy to be a part of and happy to have the opportunity to experience. I become a lot more vulnerable, and I think as a principal, it's incredibly important that you be vulnerable, not overly vulnerable, but to be able to be a human being and show kids that you are a human being and that you do have emotions and you do have feelings and you do have thoughts, because they need to know that you're just like them. You may be a little older and a little grayer, but you're just like them. It taught me acceptance and openness and tolerance. And without the program, that wouldn't have happened for me. And I really believe that the program, if it was to be replicated in other sites, it forces administrators and teachers and adults on the campus to be with that type of individual. Yeah, you get these results and those are great, but how great is it that there's people in this room, adults in this room, that are giving a testimony that they change as people.
Thank you so much for your comments. Manny, next comments, please.
Alejandro.
Yes, hello?
Yes. Go ahead, Alejandro.
Thank you. I'm here today. I'm a little sad. I'm angry, and I'm disappointed. My name is Alejandro Cuevas. I am here today as a product of the NVUSD K-12 school system. How I would have loved to have the LYP in my time as a student. I am also here as a community member, brother of a current NVUSD student, previous Legacy Youth Project teacher, recent graduate of the University of San Francisco with a master's in teaching and multiple subject teaching credential, and now a teacher at San Francisco Unified School District. I worked in LYP from 2017 to 2019 until I had to return to San Francisco to finish my teaching program. Working in LYP was one of the best decisions in my educational career. I worked with the NVLA and RMS cohorts in both of those years. Within both of those years, we served close to 300 students. I gained so much about what it truly means to support our youth, especially those who are marginalized by our school system. I gained experience and knowledge one would never gain in a teacher preparation program or a regular classroom. I recently have gone through the process of interviewing for teacher positions. LYP taught me so much, such as what it means to connect with our youth, families, and communities. The youth development many of our teachers don't learn. Ethnic studies curriculum that supports our students' success in their overall life and boosts their confidence, something that all of our students need. I was proud to hear Jasmine's voice during this call. So many times, principals, teachers, and other stakeholders in the interview process were amazed at the experiences, activities, and knowledge that I learned from the Legacy Youth Project. I proudly shared with them the name of the program I learned these skills and knowledge from. The LYP is helping youth dismantle systems of oppression in the world we live in today, among all of the things currently happening. Today, June 11th, 2020, the superintendent and the NVUSD school board are allowing these systems to stay strong while our youth are fighting to breathe for a better future. Finally, the decision to end the Legacy Youth Project, you, the NVUSD school board and superintendent, are failing your commitment. Recently approved strategic plan from 2019 to 2022, goal 1 and 2, 4, and 5. You are failing the youth that generate close to $15 million for the district according to your LCFF budget overview for parents. And I quote from this public document, of the $192 million in LCFF funds, $14,948,000 is generated based on the enrollment of high need students, foster youth, English learners, and low-income students. By ending this program, you are stealing our youth's future. The Legacy Youth Project should be expanded, not dismantled. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alejandro Cuevas. Next comment, Manny, please.
Yes, Yolanda Ayala.
Yes, hi, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead, Yolanda.
Thank you. My name is Yolanda Ayala, and I'm speaking to you this evening as a parent of NVUSD regarding the dismantling of the Legacy Youth Project, LYP, effective the 2020-2021 school year. My daughter Alyssa is a 9th grader at Vintage High School and in her 2nd year in LYP. Alyssa was a co-founding member of Redwood Middle School's LYP Sisters cohort during her 8th grade year. She's soft-spoken, observant, respectful, compassionate, and very bright. Since her enrollment in LYP, Alyssa has grown tremendously. For the first time in her educational career, and because of Legacy, she started learning her place in history, ancestral contributions, and feels acknowledged and valued as a young woman of color. In just 2 years in the program, Alyssa developed a critical consciousness that is challenging her to view her community and the world through a variety of lenses, preparing her for life. Perhaps most important, Legacy has ignited in her heart a love and commitment to justice necessary to make our world a better place. In her LYP class, my daughter always felt loved and validated by her maestros and coaches. I cannot fathom the idea of not having Legacy as a school day class. I only wish her 2 older brothers would have had the same opportunity when they were students at NVUSD. As someone who's lived in Napa and has experienced the great deficit that our Latinx students face in the schooling system, the disparities that exist in our community have been present for years and were not addressed until LYP was founded in 2012. So far, LYP has been the only effective educational program that has addressed this disparity and produced results. I was never afforded the opportunity to learn about my roots or history. In fact, I didn't even know such courses existed until I went to college. Not one of my teachers in K-12 looked like me or talked like me, which is telling of the need. As professionals in education, you must know Napa has a history of underserving the Latinx community in a system that is not set up for our youth of color to succeed. Legacy provided an ethnic studies framework that challenged students to think critically, analyze identity, culture, race, ethnicity, gender, and recover and reclaim erased narratives. Ethnic studies classes counter traditional mainstream curriculum, offering a different narrative by and about people of color. This is powerful because it allows students of color to see themselves reflected in the curriculum, helping them to develop a strong social, cultural, historical, and academic identity. As a parent, scholar, and member of this community, I strongly advocate for a learning environment that is relevant, culturally responsive, and serves the needs of a demographic that historically has been disenfranchised, particularly in Napa. To help you understand my positionality as a parent, scholar, and community member, I'd like to share some important information. I returned to school as a mothering adult and earned a degree in Chicanx Latinx Studies. After learning about the Legacy Youth Project, I was inspired to become an ethnic studies teacher for the program. I have completed coursework for a teaching credential program at UC Davis and will be finishing an MA in education. I'm invested and committed to my community, to our school district, and most importantly, to our students. Lastly, it is concerning that decisions for our children are being made by district administrators who do not live here, who are not from this community, and clearly do not understand the needs of our community.
Thank you, Ms. Yolanda.
Thank you.
Next comment, Mr. Manny, please.
Edith has an older version of the Zoom app. Edith, you need to update your app in order for me to allow you to unmute your mic. So if you can,
or can she call by phone? She can call by phone as well too.
She can call by phone, yes, ma'am. Kevin X is in the same situation. He's running an older version of the Zoom app. Kevin, same deal. If you can update your app or call in.
Okay, thank you.
Gilberto, you there?
Yes. Hello.
Okay. How you doing? Go ahead, Gilberto.
All right. I just want to thank or echo a little bit on what others have been mentioning. And first of all, I want to thank the LYP program and staff for providing such a beautiful, culturally inspiring program that otherwise doesn't exist in NVUSD in Napa. So with that being said, I recall you had mentioned that there was needed credentially specific instructors to be able to teach LYP, but I recall from my high school experience that there were professors teaching me math that didn't have math degrees, that were in arts degrees or history degrees. So that's a bit questionable for me to point out a program that have faculty that do have background in that. And honestly, all this has reminded me of the a Mexican American studies case in Arizona, where the cultural studies were taken away, and I see LYP as reflecting or touching onto those areas of our youth here in NVUSD or Napa. A lot of students have found identity within the program, and as a Chicano, you aren't really from here nor from your root places. So say Mexico, you're kind of a border child, as Marian Saldua says in her book. So it's hard to find an identity, and for many children that I know, or many peers as well, LYP has been that source of identity and knowledge and source of empowerment for themselves in order to be able to lead. And although I wasn't a student, I wish I was part of this program. And unfortunately, my brother, if this goes through, won't have that opportunity to participate. And honestly, I'm very disappointed with how the NVUSD board has taken this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Gilberto. Manny, the next comment, please.
Yes, Janet Stickman. Go ahead, Janet.
Thank you. I'm Janet Stickman. I am a professor of humanities at Napa Valley College, and I am in full support of the Legacy Youth Project, which has had an extremely transformative impact on Latino youth and teens in the district for the past 8 years. Considering the vast success the program has seen in terms of improved academic performance, graduation rates, transfer rates, it is deeply troubling that the district would even consider cutting this program, especially during the current climate amidst the pandemic and the national and global awakening regarding anti-Blackness and the demonization of Black and Brown communities at the hands of law enforcement. This program was successful because of its founders and its staff. I have worked many years with Legacy's founder, Carlos Hagedorn, and his staff, both as member of the Napa Valley Ethnic Studies Advocates, as well as through Hagedorn's many years of teaching Chicano studies at Napa Valley College in our humanities department. Hagedorn, an educator with the utmost integrity and love for his students and the community, is one of the most dedicated, committed, passionate instructors who has ever worked in my department. And it comes as no surprise that Legacy was successful. An ethnic studies program that is enduring and transformative is not easy to construct. It takes the right people with the right interpersonal skills and charisma, the expertise in delivering culturally responsive education, the passion and the love for both the students and their families for such a program to be successful and life-affirming. Carlos Hagedorn and his entire staff were precisely what the Latino students of the Napa Valley needed. It brings me such deep sadness and disappointment that the district would cut such a thriving program and not allow itself to be guided by the wisdom and expertise of the Legacy team. Such a decision makes it clear that it is willing to jeopardize the well-being and success of its Latino students during such a trying time by cutting and attempting to replicate the program when the solution has been staring it in the face since 2012. I leave you with one question. Now that the Legacy Youth Project has been cut, what will the current and potential Legacy students and families do? Who will help them feel connected, seen, loved? Who will affirm their brilliance, strength, and beauty? Will Avid, Puente, and Layla be able to fill the shoes of Legacy? I invite you to sit with those questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet Stickman. Next comment, Matt Manny, please.
John Burns. You there, John?
John, your mic is muted.
Yes,
There
I
you go.
don't need to make a public comment.
Okay.
Okay. Next comment.
Rocio Cuddy.
I'm here.
Go
Hello.
ahead, Rocio. Yeah, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. I just can't see the number, my timing. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, this is hard because I'm sort of actually doing this on the fly because all the processes have been already determined. My first question is in this integrity question. I pose to the board, if the superintendent, this is her specialty and this is her need, I question that she learns these things 2 years later. I question the ethics and the lack of professionalism not to enter into any kind of a setting that anybody would do as an employee and not look and not acquaint themselves and not have visited or learned or talked to the staff to understand even what they were doing and what qualified them to be there. Had that been done initially, that might be a possibility. There was a mention in her letter in the NVUSD that the program had expanded in the last couple of years. Again, I question the superintendent, I question the rest of you on the board as to your responsibility in that, so that if you're going to legally go after Carlos, because it feels like it's become that now, then I ask, are you accountable as well? And can we pose that question to the attorney that took the time away for us to all speak to the issues that we also are seeing that are here present and legal and immoral on so many levels. You're painting Carlos as a self-interest, money-seeking hunger man. Clearly, you do not have the understanding and the charisma, and you're not telling the whole story. He, as a Latin American man, defended a program, did not make it be an 8-week to 2 months to 2-year, training you can whip out and quickly. He understood what it took. And it's apparent that that benefit is not understood in Ms. Jennings' explanation of the program. And it's a disrespect, especially in this time, to solve and look at this issue of credentialing. Do you understand that you had a 4-year degree staff member in that place? Do you understand that you had a master's person going for a teaching? You could have assisted in that. You compared it. Don't tell me it's not money. You compared it to issues of not money. That's not true. We know that the union is going after credentialing. That's their biggest issue. And you compared it to 2 salary staff when this staff was more than 2 people and of a quality that another teacher will tell you in her own right, most likely, is not capable of doing by the traditional training she got for the credentialing. So I really believe that there has become a legal and shift, and I think you should really recognize that.
Thank you, Ms. Rocio Cuddy. Next comment, please.
Yes, Leslie Walter. You there, Leslie? You can unmute your mic.
I'm sorry, I did not raise my hand. I do not wish to speak. Thank you.
Okay. Juan Garcia.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Juan Arturo Garcia Rodriguez. I am an alum from Vintage High School, class of 2014. I went to Napa Valley College, class of 2014. I'm currently a Sonoma State University student pursuing a special ed credential. I wasn't involved in Legacy in the founding years, but I saw the transformation it did to my fellow peers. I joined Legacy fall of 2018 and currently spring 2020, where I became a community leader. One thing you did not mention, there's many community leaders that come and support the youth. We've seen many of the youth change. We come here and support. This is something Napa needs. With Legacy, gave me the reason why I want to become a teacher, a credential teacher. They're the ones guiding me in which programs to do, which tests to take, how to become a teacher, and this is what Legacy is all about. They are the representation of what we want to be. Without Legacy, me, a community, how am I going to support the next generation that's going to be here? All I want to do is just be the voice for the children that don't want to speak. Because without Legacy, we won't have a voice. And Napa is Legacy, and that's all I got to say.
Thank you, Juan Garcia. Next comment.
Graciela.
Voy a decir el mío en español.
Un momento, señora.
No.
Can we make sure that Marcy is ready? Señora Rodríguez García, le vamos a dar 6 minutos y si puede tomar pausas con frecuencia para que la traductora pueda traducir bien en español o en inglés.
Gracias.
Are you there?
Okay, I'm here.
Okay. Me sorprende mucho la dirección que el distrito ha tomado,
I'm surprised
ya
very
que estamos en una pandemia y los jóvenes están pasando por algo que nunca hemos vivido, la COVID-19, el aislamiento, perder la oportunidad de ir a sus salones a aprender, perder la oportunidad de convivir con sus compañeros y ahora la pérdida de un programa que los ha hecho estar en casa.
Señora Graciela,
es demasiado durante...
¿Puedan traducir, por favor? Nada más tomar pausas para que puedan traducir.
I am surprised by the district's direction during this pandemic when youth are going through something they have never gone through before, the isolation, the COVID-19 crisis, that they're not going to their classrooms to learn, that they're not sharing with their classmates. Continúe, señora.
Son muchas pérdidas muy rápidos y la narrativa que se ha enviado a la comunidad ha sido de ataque al programa, ataque a los maestros y ataque al éxito que este programa ha tenido en todo el condado de Napa.
And they've suffered many quick losses, rapid losses, and the narrative that has gone to the community has been an attack to the program, an attack to the teacher, an attack of the successes.
Creo que es importante que reconozcamos que el programa ha sido un éxito. Los estudiantes se han graduado de este programa. Los estudiantes han expresado que les ayuda a mejorar su estado emocional, sus grados y también su participación y autoestima.
I think this program has been a success. Students have graduated from this program. They've said that it's helped their emotional well-being, their grades, and everything. Dale, continúe.
Sí. Entonces, creo que lo único que quiero compartir es de que ojalá que el personal de Legacy, Carlos, Yolanda y Carla, sepan que nosotros sabemos como comunidad lo dedicados que ellos han sido al programa de Legacy y les reconocemos su ética, les reconocemos su trabajo, les reconocemos su liderazgo.
I hope that all Carlos, Yolanda, and Carlo know that the community recognizes their dedication, their ethic, and their work.
Que la legacía que ellos han dejado es admirable y respetable.
That the legacy that they've left is admirable and respectable.
Y que la legacía que hoy está dejando el distrito es algo que se va a ir a la historia y que los estudiantes y la comunidad vamos a recordar con mucha tristeza y rechazo.
And that the legacy that the district is leaving is going to go recorded in history, and it's going to be known by the community and the students in the community. Sadly, it's going to be, they're going to think about this in a sad way. It's going to be recorded this way.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you, Graciela Rodríguez. Next comment, Mr. Manny.
Siguiente comentario. Oh.
Blanca?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I honestly don't know where to start. I'm trying to keep myself breathing, smudging. For those who don't know, I am burning some sage, trying to understand and, you know, as a community member, and maybe I'll do mine in Spanglish because my first language is English, Spanish. I'm really heartbroken because this just kind of threw me back when I was in high school, when I just first arrived from Mexico. And as an indigenous person, it was hard. And when I went to college, I learned about Mecha. And that made me come back and go back to my high school and say, hey, you know, what about this program? Things like this, looking something that looked like legacy. The only thing that I found at the time was Avid, that until this day I have nephews going through high school, but does not feel the shoes or Puente or the other program that Legacy has done. Now, as a member of the community, as a mother of two Afro-Indigenous kids, I feel not just because of what's going on, that it was always on the back of my head, and seeing through families from the community how sometimes the district, we have to advocate, even through my sister, calling the Sacramento District School in order for the bullying to be heard, for the discrimination that sometimes even made by teachers, worries me about Napa. And I always look forward to see, maybe Legacy, by the time my kids grow up to be in middle school, high school, they be part of a program like this. You know, I was dreaming about that, but now it just, especially with what's going on, it just breaks my heart, because there's a lack of diversity in this county, and our history is being written by, Caucasians, and my goodness, since then I started empowering my kids, since they've been in utero, reading to empower them. And it breaks my heart. The worst part is that I see all their brown faces and the board members, or like in the community, in the school district, that they still have the colonized minds, despite the knowledge that they have said to receive from ethnic studies, from other Mecha, like, sorry. It's just scary time with the COVID pandemic, with the discrimination, what's going on, that now I'm afraid not just to be my kids, be safe in the community, that they'll be walking as visitors, because we've been seeing indigenous people as just foreigners in our own land, and that history is not being taught. We had it with the mascot, and now the only program that I've seen kids use the story where that's their safety space, their home, where they can be themselves, accepted, empowered, and they're coming back. And I saw the march and I said, oh my God, this reminds me of the Walkout movie, where kids empowered themselves. And because of what they learned, if they knew what the legacy program is and how they're allowing our semillitas to really grow up and empowered by their own history.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Gladys?
Yes, I'm here. Can you?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Gladys Aguilar Vital. I am here as a sister, community member. I'm representing my familia because my parents are working late. Along with my family, we are hurt, angry, and a lot of emotions are going through. That you and NVUSD have decided to terminate the Legacy Youth Project, which has been a fundamental part in my brother's journey since middle school. Legacy to my brother Neri became his second familia. My family, along with myself, are beyond agradecidos and know that Neri is not the only student that feels this way about Legacy. It became more than just a school program. I worry that my sister Nancy won't be able to attend Vintage Fall and have the opportunity to be in Legacy. My second point, programs like LYP is a cultural-based program in which focuses on providing a curriculum that is reflected to the students and provides a healing component of reclaiming our existence. Point number 3,
I would like to express the concern I have as a student in the way you have targeted Maestro Hagethorn. It shows your lack of unprofessionalism and dehumanization towards LYP. Instead, I would like to state community. They should have stated that and talk about these statistics. The students who are part of LYP have a higher graduation rate and pursue to higher education like college and university, and change the educational Latinx pipeline nationwide. For point number 4, as marginalized students, our students, we have the right to programs like LYP who cater to underserved students in our comunidad. Lastly, I'm asking you, NVUSD, to reevaluate your decision you have made towards LYP during this pandemic. As a community member, we already are suffering from our brothers and sisters dying at the hands of police brutality. That dehumanization you have made of cutting a program that is so sacred to our community worries me and really talks about the professionalism you lack of. Thank you, Legacy, for all your work, and you are our community. We will always be with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Gladys Aguilar. Next comment, please.
Celeste, you're on a older version of Zoom. You'll need to update your Zoom app, or you can call in. Where am I at here? Elisa? Keith Calera? You there, Keith?
Hi, I'm right here. One moment, sorry. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Keith.
I'm having a hard time hearing him. It's very low.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, better.
My name is Keith Kalara. I am the Director of Youth and Family Ministries at Napa Methodist Church. I am also a mentor, or volunteer mentor and tutor for the Legacy Youth Project. I was going to talk about the fruits of the program, but so many parents already have. I was going to talk about the process, how the past went down, and enough people have spoken about that. I will talk about, I suppose, is how this dismantling has been handed down. And I thought that the Legacy Youth Project would have been a point of pride for the NVUSD, considering how much national attention it has been getting, and how many academics have been studying the program, to see how it was inhumanely dismantled is disappointing. And all I can say is, whatever your decisions are, you have so much to make up for the kids. You have caused so much pain and suffering, and I expected so much more from the people who teach our kids. This is a terrible legacy to leave behind. And so I really hope that you will do your best to reconcile, because so many of these kids of color have seen that people don't care about them. Mainstream doesn't care about them. And I don't want to live in a place where that is also true. So please, for all of us, for the sake of just how this community can stand together, repair the wounds, please. That is all.
Keith. Next comment, Mr. Manning.
It's Jessica. Jessica? You there, Jessica? You have to unmute your mic.
Can you try again, Manny?
Jessica there anymore? Jessica, can you unmute your mic?
Hi, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Good evening. I've been an educator in the NVUSD for the last 17 years, formerly as a teacher at Vintage High School and now recently as a school counselor at Harvest Middle School. And from my experience participating within the LYP classroom, I've been completely amazed at the multifaceted educational approach that LYP provides our students. Although LYP has an ethnic studies curricular base, the program also is culturally and community responsive, along with a focus on character development and wellness, all within a humanizing educational experience. And it wasn't until the fall of 2018 that I was able to experience firsthand the incredible power of this program when LYP began at Harvest Middle School. Within its first semester, 84% of LYP students rose their GPA, and the amount of office discipline referrals dropped for most students compared to the previous fall. School attendance for students in LYP improved overall as well. And the level of deep impact and connection that LYP has been able to create is what any educator with the right heart only dreams of creating. I can attest that the curriculum units they've created are high quality and engaging. Their teaching approach is supportive yet challenges students to discover their hidden potential and strengths. And their classroom environment is one of utmost support and trust, providing a safe place for all students. As a school counselor, I see the incredible value of Legacy in regards to its response to the social emotional needs of our students and their families. LYP supports student mental health and well-being through a variety of pedagogical practices, such as providing a safe and warm classroom space that fosters acceptance, individuality, and care for others and self, weekly deeply self-reflection journaling, regular community circles, providing a space to problem solve, reflect, and share with one another, and working closely with school counselors, social workers, parent liaisons, and school sites along with community agencies to refer students and families in need of extra supports. Participating in class regularly, I've been a witness to Legacy's incredible power in transforming the lives of our youth. I've observed at Promise students struggling in various areas and disengaged with school begin to open up and take more ownership of their learning. It was clearly evident that students in LYP were hungry for belonging and for humanizing educational experience. LYP was built in response to our students and community-specific needs. Although the curricular base is centered on ethnic studies, the program is tailored particularly for the needs of our Napa Latino students and community, and that is what has made it highly successful. We need ethnic studies taught in our schools, no doubt, and I applaud the district for stating its commitment to providing a framework to offer this. However, simply replacing Legacy with an already established curricular model that isn't responsive to the particular needs of our youth is not going to be as effective. Avid and Layla do not provide the same level of rigor, support, nor attention to the needs of our youth and their families. And I want to take the time to applaud and honor the Legacy Youth Project for their incredible work. It is true, sincere, humanizing heart work. I have seen LYP team pour out their entire lives for the work that they do for our families and the work that has transformed lives. And so my deepest, sincerest gratitude and utmost respect for their sacrifices and hard work to Carlos, Carla, Yolanda, Alejandro, Lupe, and the entire team.
Thank you, Jessica. Next comment, please.
It's Adriana.
Good evening. Hello?
Yes, go ahead, Adriana.
Awesome, thank you. So good evening, and first and foremost, thank you to all whom are present. And like many of you mentioned, especially to the LYP staff, who I personally have worked in my previous job as a youth program specialist, personally worked with them and saw their hard work and dedication to the students. As many have already mentioned, the history of Legacy, I come to you today and respectfully and humbly ask that you reevaluate the decision that you have made as a board and the superintendent. I am very much known as a bridge maker, and I believe wholeheartedly that there are solutions to this, whether it be getting credentialed teachers, as we've mentioned and discussed before, whether it be finding out whatever the legalities are and coming to a solution, because the students, the community, and the families, etc., do not have to suffer the consequences. And legacy cannot be replaced. I am also a past Puente alumni from Napa Valley College, and I know of its success, but it's not going to be as successful in high school. I think it's great for transition when going into Napa Valley College, and I believe that the students stuck around in high school and in their class and did not ditch and leave because they looked forward to legacy. They knew that it was their safe space, as many of our community members have mentioned, and that's what kept them in school, not only because of the class, but because the teachers, the coaches, and so forth believed in them. And that's what our students need, especially during these times of crucial, gosh, I can't even, I mean, we all know. And if you don't, I'm very sorry, but we just really, really need to reconsider this. I am, as Vika mentioned, more than happy to be part of those committees where we can establish better ethnic studies for the future. And I just end with that. Please reconsider all that these families, students, parents, and community members are telling you. It's for a reason. And I thank you for your time, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Adriana. Next comment, Mr. Manny.
Daisy, you're on an older version of Zoom, so I'm unable to unmute your mic. So you'll have to update your Zoom app or call in. Yeah.
Hello. This is Kevin X. I am speaking from my mom's phone. And I want to say for the record that Dr. Musetti and Mike Pearson called me in an unprofessional and disrespectful, unethical way, luring me to a call around 9:30 p.m. in the evening after office hours on June 2nd of 2020. They called me not to discuss or talk about Legacy Youth Project, but to reschedule the protest that happened on June 4th of 2020, 2 p.m. I don't understand why we should leave and see our history through an elective, because in U.S. history, at a high school level and world history, all we learn is white supremacy. The Legacy Youth Project is not only a classroom of consciousness and self-knowledge and healing, but since 2012, it has had 100% graduation rate, 90% college enrollment, and 75 GPA enrollment. By you all taking away the Legacy Youth Project, you are all not just investing in our failure, but investing in the school to prison pipeline. It makes sense. It doesn't make sense because there is a prison wanting to be built in Napa that cost $128 million. This is the act of terrorism, and it is unjust, dehumanizing, and it is a violation of our human rights. As Sister Lani said once, according to Article 31 of the United Nations Declaration of Indigenous People, we have a right to maintain, control, protect, and develop our cultural heritage, traditional knowledge, and traditional cultural expression. Last thing is this is a substantially intellectual program for the community and relevant to this nation, to this world, and to our community. You all are this, the NVUSD board is this empowering us from what goes on in our community. We demand for you to reconsider, and we will not be intimidated. I also want to share that there used to be a class at Napa High School taught by Ayala. It was called American Studies. And there were 50 students who started, and then the following year, 250 students enrolled. And the NVUSD school board said there's too many Mexicans taking this class. And Ms. Ayala argued that 80% of Anglo-Americans took honor classes and AP classes. And the school board, just to be fair, they said, and they only gave Ms. Ayala only 2 classes. How unethical and unprofessional that is. And by you all calling out Carlos Hagedorn and making him the scapegoat is not right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mario, for your comments. Next comment.
Angelica Sánchez.
Hola, estoy lista. ¿Podría hablar en español?
Un momento.
Señora Sánchez, un recordatorio que toma, por favor, de tomar pausas para que la traductora tenga tiempo para traducir.
Está bien, gracias.
Gracias a usted.
Are you there, Marcy?
I'm here.
Okay.
Dígame cuando esté lista.
Yo estoy lista. I'm ready.
Ok. Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Angélica Sánchez.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Angelica Sanchez.
Y estoy aquí para darle apoyo total al programa de Legacy.
I'm here to give my complete support to the Legacy program.
Tengo 2 hijas que Leslie Navarro y Fátima Navarro.
I have 2 daughters who are there, Leslie and Fatima Navarro.
Leslie se graduó en el 2018 y Fátima está 17 y Fátima Navarro está por iniciar el 3er año.
Leslie graduated in 2017 and Fatima is about to start her 3rd year.
Y ha sido un gran support para un gran apoyo para mis hijas el programa de Legacy.
Legacy program has been a great support for my daughters.
Porque les han enseñado la hermandad entre una persona y otra.
They've taught them the sisterhood, brotherhood between different people.
Entre un país y otro.
Between different countries.
Queriéndose y respetándose cualquier cultura, ya sea mexicana o alguna otra cultura.
Respecting and loving all the cultures. It could be Mexican or any other culture.
Tener respeto, humildad sobre ellos mismos y las demás personas.
Respect and humility about themselves and other people.
Leslie Navarro tuvo bullying en la escuela, ¿puedo decir nombre? En la escuela Vintage. Mi hija Leslie Navarro tuvo bullying en Napa Vintage High School.
My daughter Leslie Navarro was bullied at Vintage High School.
No tuve el suficiente support, el suficiente apoyo del distrito, pero el programa Legacy.
She didn't have enough support from the district, but at the Legacy program.
La ayudó a superar, a reencontrarse a ella misma.
It helped her overcome and find herself.
Perder sus miedos.
To lose her fears.
Ser confidente ella misma.
To have confidence in herself.
Y perdonar lo que le hicieron.
And to forgive what was done to her.
Y pienso que esos valores son lo mejor que puede dar en la vida.
And I think those values are the best that can be given in life.
Y no creo que Carlos y su grupo den ese ramo, respeto y paciencia por dinero.
And I don't think that Carlos and his group give that love and patience for money.
Nos han demostrado el programa que ha sido beneficioso para mi hija Leslie Navarro y Fátima Navarro en todo.
The program has demonstrated its benefits to my daughter Leslie Navarro and Fatima Navarro in everything.
Y cada día que pasa estoy muy orgullosa de mis hijas porque saben de valores, culturas.
And each day that passes by, I am more and more proud of my daughters because they know about values and cultures.
Y no nada más nuestra cultura latina, hispana, nosotros somos latinos, hispanos, sino respetan cualquier cultura, la respetan.
And not just our culture, we are Latino, not just our Hispanic and Latino culture, they respect any culture, all cultures.
Y estoy muy orgullosa de verlas, de tener ese programa, y si el distrito no apoya este programa.
And I'm very proud to have that program. And if the district doesn't support this program,
no nada más apoyo, no nomás deja a nuestros hijos fuera de control, sino sin este programa de Legacy va a haber descontrol y va a haber menos niños en la escuela.
And if the program takes away this program legacy, it's not just going to be a lack of control, but it's going to be missing lots of children at school.
Porque Carlos y su equipo les ha enseñado el amor, la paciencia y el respeto por los demás, y eso lo han tenido por los maestros que hacen bullying en la escuela y abusan de ellos verbalmente por el puesto que tienen.
And because Carlos has taught them to have love and patience and respect, and they have used that again with teachers that have bullied them because of the job that they have, because of the post that they have.
Y les enseña los valores que ahora con el racismo, la racismo que hay ahora, ellas están dispuestas a ayudar y a controlar lo que es el racismo.
And it has taught them about it has taught them to help during this time with the racism that's going on. They're willing to help and control what's going on with racism.
Porque las enseñan a pelear no físicamente, sino con amor, con paciencia, para poder entender a los demás.
And because they teach them how to fight, not by fighting, but rather by loving and patience and understanding other people.
Y esos valores se los damos en casa, pero ellos nos ayudan el 100% a mantenerlos en la escuela, a darles ganas para que se gradúen.
And those values we give them at home, but they help us keep them. They help us keep them in school. Values going.
Leslie Navarro se graduó de high school, terminó sus 2 años de colegio y está estudiando para asistente de enfermera gracias al apoyo y el soporte de sus padres, de la comunidad y del grupo Legacy Program.
Leslie Navarro graduated high school, went to college for 2 years, and is doing a nurse's assistance program thanks to the support of the Legacy Program and the community and her parents.
Y va a continuar estudiando enfermería.
And she's going to continue on to a nursing program.
En Fátima Navarro tiene déficits de atención de aprendizaje y los maestros no la han podido entender, pero Legacy Program le ha ayudado a superar ese miedo a querer ir a la escuela, a perder el miedo, a superarse ella misma.
And Leslie and Fatima has ADHD, and teachers haven't been able to understand her, but she's been able through the Legacy program to overcome that problem, to go to school.
Thank you, Ms. Ángel. Muchísimas gracias, señora Angélica.
Por nada a ustedes.
Sí, no hay de qué.
Me faltaron palabras.
I was missing some words.
Marcy, did you have to conclude any of those comments? I'm sorry.
No. The parting comment from the lady was I was missing. She still had something more to say.
Okay. I'm sorry. We extended the time to 6 minutes for the translation.
Extendimos el tiempo para 6 minutos para la traducción.
Mr. Manny, the next comment, please.
Yes, Edith?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Edith, and I want to call out the superintendent for backstabbing the Legacy Youth Project and the rest that are, because she came to our sacred room. I didn't see it, but other students have told me. And then she took away Legacy in an unprofessional way. This is so unprofessional that y'all didn't respond to the coach's email till days later. Still don't know if y'all replied to them back. Do not make Carlos or any of the Legacy coaches look bad to any of these people. First of all, I want to say this cannot be an after-school program. Why? Because we have stuff to do. Us students have stuff to do after school. Legacy is the only class where I can learn about my roots and my culture. My sister wanted to join Legacy, and she's only 8 years old. Even my friends that have never been in Legacy want to join, but now you took away their opportunity Without a student, teachers would not get paid. Many of my teachers, white teachers, told me they could just sit down and still get paid because they don't care about us students. But Legacy is different because they actually want to motivate us and do good decisions, you know? And I also want to state that how are you going to take away a program that 100% or people who have been in the program have graduated 100% of them? I personally am so disappointed in y'all, and please rethink about this, please. So I don't know, unprofessional of y'all to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Edith. Excuse me. Next
Maria
comment.
Lopez. Maria Lopez.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. I am very, very disappointed. This program has helped my daughter, Jasmine, and I was looking forward to have my son go to Legacy. I am brokenhearted right now. I'm disappointed. My daughter went to Silverado Middle School. And I can tell you that she was bullied. School district didn't do anything, or the school didn't do anything. The teachers were so rude. They put my daughter down. When you think by saying you can't read, a teacher saying that to my daughter, do you think that's okay? It's not, okay? Putting my daughter down, it's not okay, especially by a teacher or a staff member. My son was pushed at school by a staff member, always putting him down as well. And the only place where my daughter could be in peace would be Legacy. She learned how to be confident. They've asked her to talk at the Napa Valley College, and she did, which I was very surprised, because she is the kind of, she was the kind of girl that was very quiet. And thanks to them, thanks to Legacy, she learned to have confidence. They taught her how to be respectful. It's all about respect. I am a domestic violence advocate, and I can tell you that I'm very disappointed at the school district, at the school that my son went to, because there has been physical abuse, verbal abuse, and emotional abuse. And the only place that I can tell you that there will always give respect will be Legacy. And I am here to support the Legacy program. I am here to support Carlos, and I am here to support the staff members of Legacy. Thank you.
Maria. Next comment, please.
Yeah, Rosa Rico. You there, Rosa?
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Rosa Rico.
Un momento, por
Gracias.
favor.
Gracias.
Hi, good evening. My name is Rosa Rico.
Ya puede comenzar, señora Rosa. Nada más, por favor, acuérdese de darle pausas a la señora Marcy para que pueda interpretar, por favor.
Ok, gracias. Soy mamá de Ricardo Ponce. Él estuvo en Legacy los 3 años que estuvo en la Ventis. Para mí y para él fue un soporte muy grande. Carlos, Carla.
Okay. I am the mother of Ricardo Ponce. He went to the program during the 3 years he was at Vintage, It has been a great support for me and for him, Carla.
Lupe, Sonia son personas para mí que merecen mucho respeto y creo yo que están haciendo mucho por jóvenes.
There are people for me, Carla, Lupe, and Sonia are people who are doing a lot for the youth. They merit a lot of respect.
Por muchos jóvenes que necesitan ayuda, a veces uno como padre no puede uno darles o no se fija uno lo que los hijos hacen por fuera.
They're there for many youth who need help. One as a parent doesn't necessarily realize what the children are doing outside.
Para nosotros en especial fueron un soporte muy grande. Pienso yo que ese programa serviría para demasiados jóvenes que aún lo van a necesitar.
For us especially, it was a great support. I think that program would be useful for many youth who will still need it.
No se me hace justo que el distrito quiera quitar un programa que es muy útil para los jóvenes porque desgraciadamente el distrito.
And I don't think it's useful for the district. I don't think it's fair for the district to take away a program that's so useful for the youth.
El distrito no se da cuenta de muchas cosas como ellos que están dentro del instituto.
They don't realize so many things that they go through that they're within the institute, within the school.
Dentro del instituto ellos dentro de su clase se dan cuenta lo que los alumnos les falta, les sobra, necesitan o no necesitan, cosa que el distrito no está pendiente de ellos porque el distrito solamente le interesa que vayan para que no pierdan dinero, pero no les interesa en realidad la persona, el niño, si está pasando por buen o mal camino.
And they realize that when they're in school, they realize the needs of the children, what they need, what's extra, what they need to focus on. The district doesn't care. The district just cares about them attending to school so that they don't lose any money. They don't care about the person or what the child is going through.
Estoy muy agradecida con el grupo de Legacy y yo estoy a favor de que siga, aunque ya no tenga yo hijos en la escuela, porque gracias a ellos se graduó mi hijo Ricardo Ponce, porque el distrito y ningún maestro lo hizo más que ellos le ayudaron.
And I support that Legacy continue to be offered. I'm in favor of it because my son Ricardo Ponce graduated thanks to them, and the district and the teachers did not. It was just Legacy who helped them to graduate.
Y pues, ¿qué puedo más decir? Más que son personas demasiado buenas porque están haciendo un trabajo que nadie lo hace por gente que ni conocen ni de su familia son y están siempre pendientes de los alumnos y de lo que pasa con ellos.
What else can I say? They're such good people. They're doing a job that no one else is doing. They're doing it for people they don't know, that don't belong to their family.
No hay manera de cómo agradecerles por ningún medio todo lo que han hecho por mi hijo en especial. No hay palabras para darles las gracias.
There's no way to thank them. There are no words to thank them for everything they've done for my son, to give them my thanks.
Para mí merecen todo el respeto del mundo, Carlos, Carla, Sonia, Lupe, todos los miembros de Legacy merecen todo el respeto y creo yo que merecen seguir en la escuela para seguir apoyando a los niños. No se vale que el distrito los quiera retirar de la escuela.
They merit all the respect, all of them. It's not fair that the district wants to take them away from the school. They should stay and continue to be in the school.
Gracias por escucharnos.
Thank you for hearing us.
Gracias, señora Rosa. Thank you, Ms. Rosa. Next comment, Manny, please.
Yes, it's a call-in 70. Last four is 5605. You there?
Sí.
Are you there?
¿Está ahí?
¿Me escuchan?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Sí, buenas noches. ¿No nos puede dar su nombre, por favor?
Sí, claro que sí. Mi nombre es Norma Ortiz.
My name is
Y
Norma Ortiz.
Okay. Y Norma, nada más, por favor, dele tiempo de suficientes pausas para que puedan traducir.
Sí, gracias. Yo conozco a Carlos y a Jeanette Stickman y al equipo de Legacy y me da un profundo, pues una profunda tristeza que esté pasando esto. ¿En qué sentido? En que posiblemente pues se cierre este
La voy a
programa.
interrumpir, tiene que darle pausa a la traductora.
Okay, I know Carlos, Jeanette, and the entire Legacy team, and this is making me, this is very sad that possibly this program, that this is happening, that they possibly will be closing this program.
Y digo que posiblemente porque todavía estamos muy a tiempo de reconsiderar esto, en mi opinión. Hay muchos argumentos válidos que se han expresado hoy.
And I think I say that there's still time because I believe there's still time to reconsider this. There have been many arguments, many valid arguments that have been presented today.
Entonces ya es obvio que todos estamos tratando de trabajar para conseguir el bien común en la educación.
And it's obvious that all of us are working towards a common well-being in education.
Y como sé también que no hay un sistema educativo perfecto,
And since I know that there isn't a perfect educational system,
sé que también podemos ver que esto pudiera causar un grave error.
I know that we can see that this could cause a serious error, serious mistake.
Es imperativo que se reevalúe esta situación, porque en mi opinión, yo he estado en el colegio de Napa, tomé uno de los cursos que tanto Jeanette Stickman y Carlos Hagner ofrecieron con respecto a estudios técnicos.
It's imperative that we reevaluate this because I have gone to a class at Napa that Carlos and Janet Stigman have prepared for ethnic studies.
Y sé que los estudios, estuve en un curso de estudios chicanos y sentí, entre otros, y sentía que estos, en ese momento y todavía ahora, cómo se ha traducido, transferido ese sentir ahora en la actualidad con mi vida y en la vida inclusive de mi hija, porque, am I going too fast?
No, it's, so I have I have participated in the Chicano Studies class and other classes as well, and I've seen the impact that it has had both in my life now and my daughter's life.
Y este curso me ayudó a sentirme que yo pertenecía en alguna parte. Estos cursos ayudan a nuestra juventud, adolescentes, a ser mejores personas.
These classes make us feel like we belong somewhere. These classes help our students feel like they help us be better people.
Hay evidencia que los estudiantes hacen mejor académicamente hablando.
And there's proof, there's evidence that the students do well academically, do better academically.
Cuando están en estos cursos de humanidades,
when they take these humanities courses,
hay un sentido de identidad cultural.
There's a sense of cultural identity.
Hay un espacio para compartir nuestras experiencias como seres humanos con dignidad.
There's a place to share our experiences as human beings with dignity.
Y empoderarnos de nuestras raíces.
And empower ourselves with our roots.
Involucrarnos más en nuestros sistemas educativos.
Involve ourselves more in our educational systems.
Repito, al cerrar este programa, esto ocasionaría muchos impactos negativos.
I repeat, I reiterate, when you close this program, it will cause several negative impacts.
Y no nada más en la educación, sino también en el bienestar socioemocional de muchos jóvenes.
not just in the education, but in the social emotional well-being of our youth, of our students.
En la catch.
Sorry, what?
That's the term, en la catch.
En la catch.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señora Norma.
Thank you, Ms. Norma.
I'm gonna do, I know that, and I'm sorry for the attendees that have their hand raised. I'm just gonna do a board check-in. I know we've been sitting for 3 hours. Would it be okay if we just take a little stretch? Kind of go get a sip of water, come back just for maybe 1 or 2 minutes. Yes, no, thumbs up. I know that it's been 3 hours, so I just wanted to make sure everybody had the opportunity to move their legs a little bit and then come back.
That would be appreciated.
Okay, so if you can turn off your cameras and mute your microphones, and we'll be back in 2 minutes if you don't mind. Have everyone back, I'm hoping. Manny, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I do want to remind everybody that in about 20 minutes, I am very sorry if I interrupt public comment, but I will be asking for an extension of our meeting. Should we go past, or should we make it to the 10:30 mark? And then I would need an an extension from our board on an approved vote. So again, my apologies for interrupting public comment once again at the 10:30 mark here in 20 minutes.
If I can suggest, maybe we could entertain a motion to extend the meeting by an hour now.
I don't know if we could do that or if it would have to be at the 10:30 mark. I don't know. I can ask Rosanna right now when she comes back, but I wouldn't see a problem with that now. I think I've lost her. Ms. Rosanna, can we ask for the extension now?
I'm here, President Martin. My apologies. I was helping Trustee Water get back in.
Oh, could we ask for the extension now so we wouldn't interrupt public comment again?
I'm going to default to my former board presidents. I know the board policy says 10:30, so that would not be in accordance with board policy. I believe it says 10:30.
Okay.
But
I'll expect the board policy to 10:30.
Well, we can't go past 10:30. The intent is that we not have overly long meetings. But since we anticipate it and I are likely to say we're okay with it, but taking care of the housekeeping now, I don't think is a problem. What do you think, Jose?
I agree. We can go ahead and extend the meeting now.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion to extend the meeting past 10:30.
So moved.
Second. I have a first by, I'm sorry.
I'll take it.
Okay, so that is, oh gosh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Gracia, and a second by Ms. Water. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Nays? Abstention? Motion carries. Okay. Manny, if we can have the next comment, please.
Yes, John Burns.
Yes. I didn't comment earlier, but I thought I'd comment after listening to all the different speakers, and I'll be as quick as possible. You know, having known some of the voices, having known many of the people that are in rooms all around this Zoom, and having been a teacher and administrator for a long time, and listening to what's transpiring here, my biggest concern is when it's getting very personal. When it's the program, it seems very connected to Carlos, and I keep going back to wondering how, when this was begun, could people who are very rational and caring start a program knowing that they were not following ed code, the most basic code that you'll be sued if you don't follow. And having been an administrator and thinking there's rooms with children with no credentialed teacher, if something would happen, and it can happen any day on a campus if you prepare for safety plans and such, what kind of lawsuit would come down if all of a sudden it was found out that we had 25, 30 kids in a room with no credentialed teacher during an emergency? So I was always concerned from the beginning about that, but I'm concerned and perhaps upset about all the pain and suffering. In fact, I am upset about the pain and suffering that's coming out of gross mismanagement from years ago, that everyone, beyond the ed code, strange flows of money that are, having looked at one of the documents we saw tonight that don't even have numbers on them, money moving around in organizations, that is why whenever I hear the name Sweeney or Wade Roach, I just think grand jury all the time. So that, I'd say all the pain and suffering, I would go back and ask Carlos, knowing Carlos being I know a very caring and intelligent person, how could this program that has had such a great impact and is so important be so poorly put together at the beginning, knowing that it was not sustainable, not only because it couldn't continue with credentialed teachers, and it couldn't really grow. You had to know at some point it would get so big that it would be found out that there was no credentialed teachers with hundreds of children. Second of all, this money flow. How can public monies from the police and the school district and then going through organizations that I have no idea if there's any way we'll ever know how that money was spent? How could you, I mean, I would say if it's going to be personalized, we have to go back to the people who began this program and ask, how could you begin a program that would be so wonderful, but perhaps knowing that it was not sustainable? So that's my question. My question isn't really any question about the legacy program itself. Of course, the legacy program has great merit. And of course, the work that people have done has been incredible. But we are sitting here tonight, not because of anybody that are any of these Zoom rooms or anyone around this district. It has nothing to do with almost anyone in this room, except for the people who were in that boardroom. Carlos, now we find out, was one of the board members at the time, but the people that were making those decisions at the start. So that's my.
Thank you, Mr. John Burns. I appreciate your comments. Thank you. Manny, next comment, please.
Dr. Orlando Carrion.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good evening. My name is Dr. Orlando Carrion, and I'm a faculty member at UC Davis Teacher Education. I also have to say that in 2016, 2017, after doing some research, I was hired as a coach for the LYP project. In the year of 2016, though, I conducted research to study the effective pedagogical practices in our community. I surveyed 150 students, and they led me to 3 teachers, one of those teachers being Mr. Hagedorn. I want to tell you a story that I believe is unique that I can contribute tonight. On June 6th of 2016, I recorded a session where Mr. Hagedorn and his team were closing out a unit on Malcolm X. I want to remind everyone that this was June 6th. It was 5th period. It was 90 degrees. It was after lunch. And anybody that has taught 5th period after lunch to a group of 10th graders know that this is a very challenging time of day. Mr. Hagedorn and his team were sitting in a circle, and his students were asked not to bring food into the sacred circle. Within the sacred circle, there was a big picture of Malcolm X. There was some sage, some ceremonial sage, and what they were gonna do is they're gonna light sage and write a letter to Malcolm X. However, it did not go as planned. The students, when told not to bring food, you can imagine what they did. They brought food into the circle. Shortly after, a back and forth began with students about the rules of the sacred circle. Mr. Hagedorn repeated that he didn't want any food in the circle. A student takes a bite out of the sandwich that he had, and the students start getting into a back and forth. That led to one student saying a derogatory term to another student. Mr. Hagedorn then asked the student to take a walk to his office. And as a researcher and a person that's been teaching for over 15 years, I knew that this was not the day that I was going to find out about effective teaching. It was going to be the next day. The next day, rather than close the circle, Mr. Hagedorn and his team reopened the circle. He and his team bought bolillos, or pieces of bread, for each one of his students. And he poured water from a ceramic vase. Students began to break bread with each other and joke around with each other. He then asked students if they would like to say anything about what happened the day before. The students stepped up and apologized for the way they handled themselves the day before. Mr. Hagedorn also apologized for his own participation. For the next 15 minutes, Mr. Hagedorn asked students to write a letter to Malcolm X. He told them, be yourself, be 100, be you, and talk about your own personal transformation. For the next 15 minutes, it was dead silent, and students were writing. And in all my 15 years of teaching, I've never heard a classroom so quiet. As a researcher and teacher educator who is committed to expanding effective teaching practice of Latinx youth, we should not rush to dismantle LYP. We should be rushing to understand it, learn LYP's pedagogy. I also want to state that LYP project was not only positive for Latinx students, but also for white students. When I interviewed one of the white students, he said, I finally learned who I was sitting next to. At a time when we are questioning our country's own commitment to racial and ethnic equity, I urge the district to put the resources in trying to understand LYP's humanizing practices. Thank you very much.
Your time is up. I'm sorry. Thank you for your comments. Manny, next comment.
Elizabeth Salazar, you're running an older version of Zoom. You'll need to update it or call in to the meeting, please. I cannot unmute you. Leslie?
Hello.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Leslie Grigetta. I attended Vintage High School from the year 2011 to 2015. I was an avid student who won the first Avid Speech Scholarship in Napa, California. I would like to make it clear that this program has failed a lot of youth that I know because you have to maintain a high GPA status to stay an Avid. And it only worked for me because of the teacher who held on to his passion all the 4 years, his passion to help a community that was ignored. I graduated with a BA in sociology, all while volunteering for the Legacy Youth Project. I volunteered because I saw him in every single one of those teachers. Now let's take a step back. I would like to share my experience at Vintage High School with you. I had 8 cousins before me graduate from Vintage High. School rights were recorded as early as 2009 by our community. I knew all the gang members from both sides. I experienced all the fights on the walking trail to the farm, all the gang fights in the bathroom, all the gang fights in the quad, all the gang fights on my walk home. I lived it. I also saw people go. Back then, fixing the problem meant getting rid of the problem, like if it were some sort of object. In 2012, when Legacy began, it was a last resort for some, and for some, it was too late. It was too late for someone I knew. If the program were an option when he was in middle school, he would have changed. This young man that I speak of was the kindest person I knew, but he was bullied so much. Once it pushed him so much that he decided to cut his eyelashes off because of physical bullying. He soon got jumped in with the Norteños because they were the only people who stopped bullying him. The pressure to fit in got so big that he ended up taking a life. He is now doing life in prison. As a young Latina, I have no voice, but you do. I can name 10 young boys that are him right now at the middle school level being bullied, but now expressing how their hearts feel and making a change. This program is no different than public health. People forget you're important when issues are no longer in the public eye. It is not easy to have 30 young adults in one class who all need so much help, but they did it and they've done it. With Legacy, you get the whole million. I don't know another program who calls home to make sure that you're okay. I don't know another program who makes you feel at home even when you have no home, who makes you feel loved when you have no parents, who makes you feel wanted when everyone in the foster care system has kicked you out of their home, who gives you a second chance even if you yell in their face, even if you rip a Legacy teacher and come back because you aren't ready to talk about someone who's gone. That is what the teachers of Legacy never say, because they are also humble in the level of work they put in and the heavy loads they carry in their heart. And this program has gone so far because there's so much that they've done. And it's so hard to just say, why didn't they do this in the beginning? Why didn't they put this level of effort into the knowing what was asked for? They just kept getting asked, like, there's more that we need you in more schools, because they saw the level of impact, but they never said, do you need a break? And that's what I'd like to share. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. Next comment, please, Manny.
Nancy Aguilar. You there, Nancy?
Hello?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. My name is Nancy Aguilar. I'm only 13. I'm calling on behalf of myself and all the class of 2024. I will be attending Vintage High School in August. I'm sad I won't be a part of Legacy Youth Project. That was the only thing I was looking forward on going to school. Now, I have no motivation to go because NVUSD has taken that away from me. I'm asking you to please hear me. I want to be a part of Legacy when I graduate in 2024. Please listen to me and the voices on our community. I just have one question. I have been hearing the presentations all along of others, and I don't understand why you would say you care about us Latinx students, but yet take away the only program that cares for us. I repeat that the only program that cares for our success and future generations. You don't understand the racism we go through in our classrooms and teachers who don't believe in us. I want to be a part of Legacy, and I want my nephews and nieces who are 7 and 8 years old to be a part of it as well. We know what's best for us. Brown and Black lives matter. And Legacy, I love you and thank you for helping us. That's it.
Thank you, Nancy. Next comment, please.
Jack Fallon. You there, Jack?
Good evening. Yes, hi, thank you. My name is Jack Fallon. I'd like to thank the board for their patience tonight, for listening and hearing the voices that have spoken up. I appreciate the need to protect the school district from legal liability, but I worry that the school district's attitude of risk management is not serving our students' best interests. The goal of Section 1090 is to prevent public officials from exploiting their positions for personal benefit. It does not judge school programs. Its relevance to this matter does not entail judgment on this matter. The origin story of Legacy Youth Project speaks to exceptional concern for the well-being of students, and it speaks of self-sacrifice, not self-gain. It is legally defensible. In any case, reservations about LYP's origin and unfolding should not delegitimize the present success of the program in its entirety. You spoke of other programs, but it is not enough to be multicultural or to support academic achievement. Curricula must be anti-racist and must be grounded in pedagogy informed by ethnic studies. Appropriate programming builds culturally informed community and promotes safety, prosperity, and self-actualization. The pedagogical inertia of our educational institutions and programs today falls far short of these goals. Concerns about teaching qualifications can be addressed through good faith collaboration. Concerns about transparency, accountability, and scalability can be addressed through good faith collaboration. It's difficult to understand what barriers prevent such collaboration. Youth who hear their native languages spoken, who see their heritage expressed, who feel part of a meaningful community, have reduced suicide rates, are less likely to fall into poverty, and are less likely to encounter the criminal justice system. I want my schools to be a socioeconomic equalizing force, and I want them to promote equity. The return on this investment will not appear in your education budget, but will be paid back manifold in society at large. The important questions are, does this program fill a need? Can collaboration make it compliant, sustainable, and scalable? I believe the answers to these questions are yes, and I urge you to reconsider your decision and fully fund this vital program. Thank you again for your patience and for listening to me tonight.
Thank you, Jack. Next comment, please.
Georgina, you're running a, Georgina is the next speaker, however, she's running an older version of Zoom. So you'll need to update your app or call in.
I'm just going to repeat in Spanish just in case. Georgina, nada más que tiene una, la versión más viejita de Zoom, so sí puede hacer sobre la aplicación, o si no, por favor llamar para que podamos recibir sus comentarios. Next
Jose
one.
Hernandez.
Thank you.
You there, Jose?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so I'm Jose Hernandez. As a retired educator, I was also a student of educational leadership at the University of Laverne. I want to recognize the great basis of Legacy's transformational leadership. I've presented not only at Vintage High School with the students of Legacy, but I've presented to students at Calistoga, St. Helena, Napa, a variety of our middle schools. I've spent approximately 40 years in education at UCLA, CSU Fullerton, Sonoma State University, and the past 15 at Napa Valley College. The best site because that is where I wanted to raise my two youngest sons. Like others, I'm a first-generation low-income student. I was raised in East LA. I transferred from East LA Community College to UCLA as a freshman because the mentoring and love of my instructor counselor there at the time, Frank Gutierrez. Today, a ripple of others like Carlos Angendora, Yolanda, Carla, and others. It's called amor. You know, the attorney, Mary Hernandez, has cited Ed Code 1090, but did not speak to the lack of compliance by the superintendent, whether the previous or the one of the last 2 years. I had hoped that this event tonight would have focused on the positive, a solution, instead of the attempt to discredit, an act of community destruction. I think, you know, all of us, we can do better than this. This is our community. These children are the seeds that are going to take over. This is their world. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Jose Hernandez. Next comment, please, Manny.
Vanessa Luna.
I'm here. Hi there, good evening. My name is Vanessa Luna Shannon. My family has lived in the Napa Valley for nearly 80 years, and I've worked in education for the past 20 years, most recently as a director of a middle college high school for high promise youth at Santa Rosa Junior College. I also served on the Gang and Youth Violence Commission for the County of Napa from 2011 to 2019. I will try to keep my comments brief and try to avoid repeating what has already been said this evening. I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the Legacy Youth Project leadership team and thank them for the impacts that they've made in our community, not just directly with students, but how their efforts have transcended to families in our community. I am deeply disappointed with the superintendent and her decision-making process. Based on records of the planning meetings, my understanding is that she knew about the structural changes for quite some time. And rather than committing to making the necessary modifications with the same sense of urgency and fervor that she had about her concerns, she came back with an ultimatum. One of the logistical reasons why Legacy works is because it's scheduled during the school day on campus and provides students high school credit. Moreover, I think this process has lacked inclusivity, dignity, and grossly misrepresented the character of the director of Legacy. In fact, I think it is abhorrent that the presentation earlier focused on the data about who Legacy serves from a deficit-focused paradigm and neglected to include the outstanding data outcomes that challenge the notion that this program is not worth continuing from a financially driven perspective. I am also sincerely disappointed with the board for allowing this decision to have been made without feedback from the community up until this point in time. You set the tone and culture for decision-making, and I hope that you uphold a standard for a more fair and equitable process as well as outcome. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Shannon. Next comment, please, Manny.
Vanessa.
Hi, this is Daniela Barboza. I just graduated from Vintage High School, and I also just graduated from Legacy. I was in it for 2 years. My older sister, she was in it for a year. She started in 2018, and I just wanted to say that I am really distraught, although I just graduated from Vintage and I'm no longer a student in Legacy. It really breaks my heart that they would take this program away from students that need it. I was also a sorry, I'm trying to think. I was also a TA for a 5th period, which had, I believe, 40 kids or more. I'm not sure how much it had, how many students were in the class. But I grew mentally and physically with the kids, the students that were in the 5th period. My hermanas and my hermanos, they came to trust me. And that's what Legacy is about. Legacy is a family. And for me, in sixth period, which I was in the classroom, it was really more like you engage with one another. Legacy, actually, right now, I wouldn't be going to college if it wasn't for them. They supported me. They are helping me to actually go to college and sign up for my classes. And I am really thankful that they had that, they were there for me in a way that no other teacher in the school system has ever motivated me. I was a very shy girl. Growing up, I wouldn't even talk to teachers. I wouldn't be talking in front of the Praxis Youth convention that they had in the Napa in the college, and I wouldn't even be speaking right now if it wasn't for the Legacy Youth Project and for Carlos and for Coach Yoli and for Coach Lupe, that they supported me in every way that was possible. And for the people that were in, my hermanos that were in the classroom, that were always supporting me. And even in 5th period, I am very and beyond thankful. And I really hope, Dr. Musetti, that you rethink it, and everyone in the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniela. Next comment, please.
Luis Octaviano Torres, he has an older version of Zoom, so he needs to update it, or he'll have to call in. Leticia Torres. You there, Leticia?
Leticia, your mic is muted. Leticia Torres, su micrófono está silenciado. Si lo puede oprimir para quitarle para poderla escuchar. We still cannot hear you, Leticia.
Bueno.
Sí.
Oh, there you go.
Okay. ¿Necesita traducción en español?
Sí.
Ok, señora Leticia, nada más le pido que le dé tiempo a la traductora, suficiente pausas para que ella pueda traducir.
Sí. Mi nombre es Leticia Torres. Soy la mamá de Luis Octaviano.
My name is Leticia Torres. I'm the mother of Luis Octaviano.
Yo estoy agradecida con este programa porque le ha apoyado mucho a Luis.
I'm thankful to this program because it supported Luis a lot.
Y también porque siento que ellos se sienten como en familia, como siento que lo entienden.
I feel like they feel like their family, that they understand him.
Y él me dice que está muy triste por la noticia que le dieron que van a terminar esta clase. Entonces yo estoy apoyando a Legacy porque siento que es un muy buen programa.
I am supporting Legacy because I feel like it's a very good program. I am supporting him because he says that he is very sad over the news that he was given that Legacy was going to be stopped. I feel like Legacy is a very good program.
Y también estoy en desacuerdo de que lo quieran quitar, porque si no sirviera este programa, muchos niños no se quejaran. ellos están porque les gusta, se sienten en confianza y yo pienso que es mejor este programa a que los niños estén haciendo otras cosas que no son apropiadas.
And I don't agree that you should cancel the program. And this program, if it wasn't successful, there wouldn't be so many children complaining. It's better to keep this program doing the things that they're doing at this program rather than doing things that would be less appropriate.
Y también no sé cómo decirlo, la cosa es de que es muy difícil para mí ahorita. Me siento pues también triste porque es un programa que realmente apoya a los estudiantes y les brinda mucha ayuda. Si les preguntan cómo se sienten de ánimo, si están por una buena etapa, si
So I don't know how to say this. It's very hard for me right now. I feel very sad. They ask students, they help students, they ask them how they feel, if they're at a good stage, if.
Y también porque la cuestión es de muchos estudiantes, sus papás trabajan y no tienen como el mismo apoyo y realmente tienen se sienten escuchados con ellos, con los maestros, con el maestro Carlos, y realmente es un buen equipo porque si no fuera bueno, no estuviera tantos años.
If the program wasn't such a good program, I wouldn't be here for so long. Students feel like they have support. Parents work and they don't have, they have people who listen to them, like the teacher, Carlos. They have a good team.
Y yo apoyo mucho a ellos. Les brindo mi apoyo y cuenten conmigo, y Luis está contento con ellos por cómo ha sido su tiempo con ellos. Él ha estado desde la secundaria, desde Redwood.
So, and I'm giving them my full support. Luis is very happy with them. He has Luis has liked his time there. He's been with them since middle school, since Redwood.
Eso es todo. Gracias.
That's all. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Leticia. Señora Leticia.
Thank you, Mrs. Leticia.
Next comment, please.
Regina?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Georgina Alejandre. I wanted to come here today because I just wanted to mention how Legacy helped me learn about my roots and my culture, things that I've never really learned at all throughout all of my high school, even middle school or elementary school years. Legacy is my home. They never gave up on me or any of their students. That's why they have a 100% graduation rate. This class is crucial for those kids that don't feel welcomed at their schools. Legacy transformed me into the person that I am today, and I want other students to have the same opportunity I had, to be in such an amazing class with such amazing teachers. With everything going on with racism and discrimination, NVUSD decides to take away the only class that offers ethnic studies, and I am really angry and disappointed with NVUSD. That is all.
Thank you, Georgina. Any other comments?
That concludes our comments for this item, President Martin.
Okay. Thank you very much. Give me 1 second. So this would now, we would now go into our board questions and or discussions with regard to the presentation. Mr. Gracia, would you like to start us off?
Sure. I'll be happy to. So I feel like we first need to start by acknowledging that the aim of this program is one that is important and positive. Before tonight, I had received many comments from former and current students, and during public comment tonight, we have heard from many of them who have indicated how this program has really made a difference in their lives or in the lives of their loved ones. That is why it is so tragic that we must cancel this program due to the blatant and knowingly illegal actions of Carlos Hagedorn, the founder of the Legacy Project. I know that as this door closes, we must investigate ways to provide a replacement program that has clearly benefited many of the youth in our community. While it is true that the cost of the Legacy Youth Program, which is 6 times more expensive than the alternatives, was one of the reasons we initially investigated the program, it is not the reason we are unable to continue to offer it. It turns out that Carlos didn't have the students' best interests at heart when he started this program in the most illegal manner by voting himself $50,000 from the school board budget to begin to pilot this program. He hid the expenditure in the SRO or School Resource Officer budget in the hopes that no one would find it. He voted to approve this contract while president of the school board. Let that sink in for a moment. He voted himself $50,000 from public funds while president of the school board. After 2 years of $50,000 contracts, he was ready to take his scheme to the next level. He had been selling his program to staff at the district through his access as a school board member for 2 years, all while developing the program on the school board's dime. After having laid a 2-year foundation with the district, he was ready to start making more money. He retired from the school board and very shortly thereafter was awarded a large contract for this program, which would eventually reach $250,000 per year. He used his influence as a school board member to prime the administration to give him this $250,000. Carlos was not alone in this action. Wade, our prior CBO, and Patrick Sweeney, our prior superintendent, were both complicit in these actions and worked to hide them from the rest of the board. Prior to Rosanna's arrival, large swaths of the agenda were hidden behind a consent list and no public contracts were provided. School board members had no idea that a $50,000 increase in the SRO budget would actually benefit Carlos, as the contract was not provided with the agenda. This is a practice we have rectified since I have been on the school board, as all public contracts are regularly provided for expenditures over $15,000. The district paid Carlos directly for several years, but that raised too many questions since Carlos didn't have a corporation or nonprofit. He was being given enough money by the district to cover 2 full-time teachers without having a credential to actually teach the program, which is also against the law. The idea that we didn't try to work with LYP is just plain wrong. We offered several collaborative solutions which were spurned by the Legacy Youth Project. The most promising of which was the option for this to be a dual enrollment course that students would receive college credit for, as Mr. Hagedorn is a college professor. Unfortunately, he flatly refused to even consider this option. Carlos Wade and Dr. Sweeney appeared to conspire to shift the money that was paid by laundering it through the Napa Valley Education Foundation in what appears to be the hope that this would look less suspicious to a future superintendent. This was done right before Dr. Musetti was hired and is what I believe was an attempt to hide the corrupt details of the program from her. During these critical budget times, we have had to examine every program and evaluate its efficacy. In her examination, Dr. Musetti uncovered the corruption in the manner the program was developed, created, and executed. Carlos Hagedorn, Wade Roach, and Dr. Sweeney took actions that prevent us from being able to continue to partner with the Legacy Youth Program and require that we make a report to the FCCP regarding this corruption. Our hands have been forced into no longer offering this program by the actions taken by those 3 individuals. I'm willing to commit tonight my support to having the district explore legal and sustainable alternatives to the Legacy Youth Program.
Does that conclude? Okay, thank you, David. Mr. Shunk?
So I'm not sure that I have a lot to add to the direction that the district is headed in, but because I gave it some thought before tonight's meeting, I'd like to convey my thoughts. The district owns the challenge, and they should define what the program is. They need to think about the mix of academic ethnic studies and the academic, socio-emotional, and cultural support that is needed. They should think about how you might integrate whatever we're going to do with the state's requirement and framework for ethnic studies. No, I don't believe one necessarily supplants the other, but there is some level of interaction and juxtaposition that will need to be resolved. Unless we contract out for an assessment of what is needed, and even then we should be setting some boundaries and parameters, the district determines the program. But an assessment of what's needed and who provides any services are separate decisions. Separately, the district can decide how they want to staff it. They can use internal resources, they can use contract 1099 resources, they can use a combination. We have all of those staffing models in our wheelhouse. If we use external resources, I would suggest a formal RFP process on how a service provider can address the needs and deliverables identified by us. From a governance standpoint, my concerns have grown over the years, and this is not limited to the legacy example. I have other examples in mind. We have multiple cases of what I call nonprofit educational complex, apologies to President Eisenhower, where we in the schools, the district, become an extension of the nonprofit's mission rather than they an extension of our mission. Likewise, I have grown over time more uncomfortable with people who leave our employ and go to work for vendors or service providers. There is nothing per se inappropriate, but I am coming to believe we should engage in additional due diligence, introspection, and open and competitive product or service acquisition processes. And finally, as we go forward, I'd like us to be mindful of the structure of the classes. There shouldn't be institutional impediments to academic progress based on the type of credits granted. And at some point, I'd be interested in hearing whether a sequence of classes, to borrow a phrase from Career Tech Ed, constitute a pathway, and do these classes build on each other in some way?
Ms. Robin Jankowitz.
Excuse me. To the students, I want to thank you for taking the time to make your voices heard. You are exhibiting a high level of civic engagement, and I applaud each and every one of you. This is difficult, and I feel that. I recognize your commitment to the program and your belief in the positive influence of its outcomes. We too believe in the importance of the study of difference. We respect the need for diverse perspectives of reality in a globalized world. We appreciate the model for an ethnic critical approach to teaching the sociology of race, culture, and differences that are focused on structure, historically contextualized, and critical. What you, as students, have recognized is that to think critically about the world around you, you must tell your own stories. develop appreciation for diversity of all types, and develop a deep appreciation for that diversity and inclusion. Yet, it is also our responsibility to be inclusive and to allow for every student that wants to tell their story to have the opportunity to do so. This decision is not a reflection on the value of what you have experienced. This is a decision based on governance standards that must be followed. Our responsibility is to continue to provide meaningful programming with structural integrity, equity, and accessibility. And we will provide the opportunity to learn, to embrace your values, but the format must change. Our role is to educate and and support the students of today, and to continue the work with curricular relevance as we welcome the students of tomorrow. Maintaining programming with principles intact is critical to sustainability. We as a school district cannot be absent action. While this decision may seem exceedingly difficult in this moment, great opportunity lies before you. We will work hard. We will do it together. We heard you. Thank you.
Mr. Jose Hurtado.
As I was listening to the comments from both our parent and adult population and our student population, I was thinking back on two of my greatest mentors, Dr. Jose Beto Juarez from UC Davis, who took me on as his research assistant, although he was a history professor and I was a psychology student. And my high school teacher, Walter Hampy, who was probably the most influential educator in my life and career. Both of them addressed inequities in not just education, but in our society. And they did it in a way that surprised me, but it has informed my philosophy and practice since high school. And because of their influence, I became very involved in the day-to-day life of my communities, particularly the lives of the students and Latino students in particular. I made that the focus of my study at the university and my master's program at Sacramento. This is a hard decision for all of us to make. The student success exhibited by the success of students, exhibited by the members of the legacy program are outstanding. What we saw today in the statistics is that we need to do a lot more. We need to do much better. We have 10,000 Latinx students in our district. We need scalability. We need to develop new programs, new approaches. And in a time where budget constraints are so severe, where every program and every dollar is put under the microscope, we need to make sure that we are above reproach. My first inclination was to give everyone my resume about all the things that I have done in the past that should commend me to what are now some pretty harsh critics of my tenure on the board. But you know what? I won't do that. In conversations I've had with Dr. Massetti and other people, this is the job I accepted when I ran for the school board in 2004. And in all the subsequent races. These are hard decisions. I'm not happy about this decision. I'm not happy about the direction we're going, but it's a necessary decision. And because of that, I stand foursquare with Dr. Massetti on this. Those of you out there who know me know that some of the criticisms are unfair, and I will say that the criticisms of the rest of the board are also unfair. We take our responsibilities as elected officials seriously. We take our responsibilities as representatives of our community seriously. And and there are 3 of us on the board who take our responsibilities as representatives of our raza very seriously. And really, there's not much more I can add other than, you know, we did this with integrity. And for that, I want to, you know, I want to give my appreciation to the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Jose. Cindy, Miss Cindy Water.
Thank you. I would like to thank everybody who came down, particularly the students, for their comments. So many of you, and we've had big crowds before, but usually they were more sports centric. So, you know, I like the fact that you all came down. And now I guess I'm going to have to make you all very unhappy, which is sad. I'm going to respond from a teacher's point of view here. I taught at Napa High School for 15 years. I've lived in Napa for 30 years. And of course, we need culturally relevant education. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. And frankly, I thought the syllabus for the course in question was a little thin and was just a little bit vague. And I'd like to read some authors' names to you. Richard Wright, August Wilson, Zora Neale Hurston, Louise Erdrich, Toni Morrison, Luis Valdez, Sandra Cisneros, Julia Alvarez, Ralph Ellison, Amy Tan, Francisco Jimenez, Laura Esquivel, James Baldwin, Rodolfo Anaya. The list goes on. These are multicultural works available at our school district, adopted by our school district. I taught books by I taught all these books in my classes. I'm very well aware of the structural inequalities in our society. In fact, I had students tell me, Mrs. Water, you are obsessed with social class. I go, yeah, I am. It's a very big part. It's a very big part of our culture, even though in our country, we like to pretend that everybody is middle class. Certainly with this, racism enters into it also. And I think our current experience during the pandemic, I can give you a terrific example of how divided our society is. You can go on a Facebook page to a Facebook page that implores us to save Napa restaurants, and people will be inquiring about a certain steakhouse's takeout or what's the best sushi that delivers. But it only really took in our community 15 days for the wheels to come off. And it wasn't long before the National Guard had to be called in to help out at the food bank. So yeah, we've got the haves and we've got the have-nots here. And I've occasionally been called un-American for observing this fact. Education is the great equalizer, and I think it should be. It should be. And while my heart is with the ethnic studies program, I must say I am shocked that only one person out of the dozens of speakers seemed to care that the teachers were not credentialed. And nothing against them. They are fine people. Their hearts are in the right place. I am not impugning the young women's characters at all. They're delightful people, but none of the speakers except for one person cared but we have to care. We have to care. If something goes wrong, and things have a tendency to go wrong eventually, we would be in for some real liability. And I just wonder how long our reserves would last. So a couple of things struck me and really pained me when I heard people talk about their brother, their friend, their child being bullied, being made fun of by a teacher. And I'm going to apologize for that. And I'm going to say, I am sorry for that. And I would like to know about that sort of thing when it happens, because that has no place in our school. And it has absolutely no place in my school. It upsets me very, very much. And I have confidence in the superintendent investigating programs and having something in place. We do have talent. We do have the literature. We do have people who can teach this. There was not so very long ago at Napa High School, a superior modern literature and social justice class. And when the teacher left to go somewhere else, it was not taught, but it could be taught. I mean, they have been taught. And I would like to close with, normally I dislike anything that reeks of euphemism. You all know that I like painfully plain talk most of the time, but I'll tell you, I do prefer at promise to at risk by a long shot. I remember hearing a presentation for teachers about how expectations, we might call them prejudices, can be deceiving. And the example given was a young man who was born into a family who enjoyed very comfortable circumstances, plenty of money. His parents, this young man's parents, were very loving. He ended up getting degrees from the top universities. Everything was great. People expected great things from him. And he became the Unabomber. What I'm saying is that about the only thing I remember from all these professional developments I attended was, you never can tell. You never can tell what a child becomes as an adult. You really can't. There are things that are more likely than others, but you really can't tell. And I believe education is where we do turn it around, education with the help of the family. And we are all here, no matter what some of you think. We're all here because we recognize your possibilities. I salute your activism, particularly in our town in the last few weeks. I mean, we were the first community to have peaceful demonstrations. And but we have to do the groundwork. That's what we're doing. And thank you again for coming tonight.
Thank you, Cindy. Ms. Elba Gonzalez Mares.
Good evening, everyone. It's 11:08, so I'm sure everyone has been feeling the weight of not only today, but the weeks behind us as well as we go through this pandemic together. So it's definitely been a very hard and difficult time. I first would like to thank everyone for your comments. For me, in this time that it seems very difficult as we go through this together, I can't help but feel overjoyed by seeing the amount of participation, and particularly from our Latinx community. I've been on the board since December of 2016. And since then, I've been seeking for a lot of voices and support of our leaders that I know care deeply a lot about our Latinx students in our community. So I just wanted to first acknowledge that, because that for me, as I reflect upon all of this, is really important for me to hear your voices, not only as a member of the community, as I live and work here, but also as a trustee, which is the role that I am here today. I wanted to first start by introducing myself. I see that there are many people joining us on our board for the very first time. And I welcome you. This is your school board. This is your schools and your students and your community. So this is a place, something that I know when I was growing up, I didn't know that the government could be a place that I had a place in and that I had a voice. So once again, my name is Elba Gonzalez Mares. I am a Latinx, Chicana, Mexicana, queer member of our community that immigrated to Napa when I was only 13 years old. I started my NVUSD path as an 8th grader, and I too felt the pain described by many of our students and parents that shared today. I was raised by a single parent during my youth years. I was recently immigrated, I was an English learner, and from low-income family. I know the feeling too well of having to fight for my education, when I had teachers and counselors that did not look at me or my mother, and we were able to understand, and specifically in our own language. My journey, like many of you, wasn't easy, and we know that our success are not only measured by our hard work, but of those around us. I am a product of a similar program. I would not be here today if it wasn't for a college-bound program. I learned about what being Chicano means. My love and respect for my home country was welcomed and encouraged. My indigenous roots were embraced, and who I was and was becoming was received with open arms. I know now that if it wasn't for the combination of my parents' care and those who helped me navigate my emotions and my academic career, I would not be here. I want to also thank all the students, and I applaud your participation and passion. Our district thrives when we listen to our youth. I hear you and see you. I also want to thank the Legacy Youth Project for their 8 years of service and dedication to our At Promise youth. There has been enough said and shared about the program. And I have said over and over with people that I've talked to throughout the community, I am not here to challenge the philosophy of the program, but the administration of it. I want to be clear that when we directed Dr. Massetti to work with the Legacy Youth Project team, we were received with resistance over and over, and unfortunately could not come to an agreement. I am concerned that for over 8 years, the project continued under questionable processes that from the beginning it was known. A project must have a balance of oversight as you direct programs, but also the administration piece. It must take into consideration the sustainability, and success depends on it. We are talking about 8 years. At the same time, the district, we are also exposing our faults. And it is important for us to be vulnerable at a time like this. We also take responsibility, and that's why we are here. And I appreciate all of you holding us accountable. And not only by the public, but also all of us as trustees, President Martin and board members, holding ourselves accountable. But I also ask the public to hold the Youth Legacy Project leadership accountable for their work. I ask, why not did they become a nonprofit? Why not at this point have they had staff who are teacher credentialed? Also, why not be open for a transition period with the NVUSD? Why not have it as an after-school program in the meantime? I know it's not ideal, believe me. I worked during my high school years, but we could have engaged the students, engaged the parents, and all of those involved to work it out. But instead, we were met with resistance. The approach was an all or nothing, leaving students behind. The challenge that we face now in the data that we've seen is the 10,000 students and what we as a community can do. And we must address this. I would ask my fellow board of trustees to give direction to our staff, to Dr. Massetti, to put together a committee that is combined with students, community members, teachers, and experts as we work towards making an ethnic studies program in our school district that it is sustainable, replicable, and that could leave a long time legacy, that it's not wrapped around one project. And my last thoughts is wanting to move forward. As a trustee, I hope you understand that we have to look at the legalities of it. That is one of the most critical parts of our job. If we don't look at that, we're not doing our job. If I'm asked to neglect that, then I'm being asked to not do my job, and I cannot do that. But I am here to listen, and I will always be here to listen, as I am a member of this community that cares very deeply. I was raised by this community. I have family in this community, and I know that the future is with our youth. Because without them, we would not be able to be here. We have their interest, their wishes, and their dreams at heart. I also want to point out that this is decades and decades of work. This did not just rise this last year or 8 years or 10 years. This has been decades. And I know with my Chicano groups in the audience and my Latinx, we know we can talk about our indigenous roots, and this goes way back. Way, way back. There's a lot of healing in our community that needs to happen, not just with our youth, but even us adults. We all have healing to do, and I want to welcome that. And it does not only fall on the school district's responsibility, it falls on all of us. So let's keep our minds open, our hearts open to do this for all of us, and that we're hearing each other's perspectives and thoughts and ideas, but also at the basic of it, the legal portion of it. We cannot completely look away from that. So I ask for your patience, your care, and your open-mindedness to allow us to continue to move forward, and we can do this together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Elba Gonzalez Mares. With that, as everyone kind of spoke, I was crossing things out, not because it didn't need to be repeated, but there's also, I didn't want to repeat myself for various things that are being said. It's of course with a heavy heart that it seems that I'm taking something away, being a woman of color, you know, determining factors outside the scope of the work is that this is extremely outside the norm and totally not something I signed up for. When we signed up, it was, let's look for our very own and make sure that we stretch our arms large and wide and make sure we take care of our own. But also sitting in this chair as acting president, it's not just the Latino community we need to take care of. You saw numbers, you saw how high they were. And so I'm not invalidating the work that Carlos, Carla, Ms. Yolanda, and all the coaches do. That is, like Ms. Elba Gonzalez Mares had stated, I am recorded on public comment or while there's discussion that I commended Carlos's work, all the years that he's been doing the work inside of that classroom. Again, I think this is more of the illegal activities that also we have to pay attention to. It's the perception of the community is that we're taking something from our kids. Yes, yes, we are. Something that worked, yes, yes, possibly. Did it have potential? Yes, it did. And it's very unfortunate that after much resistance, this happened. I'm quoting my oath of allegiance being a school board member. I took this obligation freely without any mental reservation, purpose of evasion, and that I will and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I have entered. So I don't take my position, for granted, and I have to be just at the same time. You can hear my voice trembling. This is passion. I have a story, and it's not about race. It's not about the perception. I know there's a lot of perception too about who I am, where I come from, how much money I make. And I'm here and I'm open. I'm a phone call away. I'm an email away. It's pretty hard when we hear stuff on social media of the millions that we make. I'm no millionaire. If I'm a millionaire, it's because I sit on this board with tough decisions to make, and that's as rich as I get. Transparency California, before taxes, I get a $300 stipend and some change and benefits. That's what I do because I care about my community and I want a better tomorrow for it. The story that I have is way too much, and I would not have enough hours in the day or this night to tell you about it. But I will summarize. I'm very brief. I was a free and reduced lunch student, mainly free. I was gang affiliated at one time in my life. I was a runaway. I was a sexual assault victim. I was a troubled teen. I was also a GATE student in junior high. Domestic violence survivor, single mother, divorcee. We were homeless, me and my 2 boys. I am currently a renter. I own a business that may close due to COVID, as many other small businesses may close. I am a low income Latina with socially, economically disadvantaged familia. So I am a product of discrimination and feeling the minority that I am. My children are product of also the free lunch and reduced program. They were also, they also had a troubled education, and I also gave up on education as a parent for NVUSD. I chose to run because I was tired. And it's for these very little things that maybe not everyone's paying attention, but I'm tired of adults failing our youth. So as much as I want to commend a program for making a huge impact, we have failed them from the very beginning. Sorry. So I have not given up because I believe that I am a voice of the community. I had an African-American friend tell me today, you needed to be in that seat from the very beginning. You deserve that seat at the table. And I won't let it go very easily. I have not given up because I believe that I am the voices that need to be here. I know the racism that is out there. I am here and I put my name in the race and I'll do it again because I know what's out there. Like I said, this position is passion. My role today becomes the most difficult decision I've ever had to make, or the direction that I give our executive cabinet. If you see the board, you see Jose Hurtado, you see Elba Gonzalez Mares, you see Rosana Macetti. We are 4 Latinos fighting for something bigger and larger. Can we accomplish it? Yes, we can. But we have to make sure that when we build it, it's strong so it doesn't collapse in its beautiful momentum as Legacy was feeling. So when I come before my Latino youth, my Latino families, or any Latino and non-Latino communities and agencies that support, that are at promises deserve a program, this is that hard work. This is being in an uncomfortable position, what I talked about in my opening statement. I'm uncomfortable, but it's a conversation that we have to have. And it may make you know, a lot of other people uncomfortable too. But this is where change is going to start. Someone said to me, you know what, Isela, I cannot wait for Thursday meeting to be over for you all trustees because we know the stress that you're under. This is not over. Thursday night is not an over. We're not going to just, hey, Thursday came, went, we gave our speeches, and that was it. This is the beginning of so much more work that we have ahead of us. Now we have the responsibility of hearing the voice of the community that we just heard right now, because again, something that Elba made a great point. This is the most public comment I've ever had coming from the Spanish and Latino community. And I have to say that, yes, we welcome you with open arms. We're always here. We're here every other Thursday. Come to our meetings. Know the business that we're talking about. It's important because we are that voice. And there was a comment that was made today by by an AVID student. And she said very specifically, I don't have a voice. And let me correct you. You have a voice. That's why you were on the phone or here on Zoom, and you made us listen to what's important. And I think that's very pertinent to say because everyone has a voice. This isn't an arena or an attack about what went on into that legacy classroom, nor if I'm a leader you want me to be in the future, or if I'm going to be that person you look up to. I want you to be your own individual self and have that voice and come back to the table and snatch positions of governance, because that's what you've done with protests, peaceful protests. You were heard, you were seen, you were all over social media. I was in a Zoom call, I heard it all. But again, we need to address, and very little is being addressed about the illegalities of things. And so like I repeated my oath to you, it's with a heavy heart that we have to tell our families that this can't work or proceed because of the failure of doing the adult things that we needed to do before we crushed our youth. So again, I did have a couple of questions regarding the slide. So I will open it up for if anybody had questions with regard to the presentation, because I know we didn't ask any questions. And if anybody would like to start us off.
Yeah, I think I mean, I had some questions. Let me open up my notes here. I wanted to ask Assistant Superintendent, and I don't know if Pat's still here, or maybe, or yeah, I can see. Hi, Pat. Do we have ethnic studies courses in other places aside from what we were presented on? So I know, you know, none of our high schools are Napa High, American Canyon, Valley Oak. Can you speak of what we have there?
I believe the only ethnic studies course outside of Legacy is done at at Valley Oak. And then Vintage did offer the race and social justice class that does, you know, as part of an ethnic studies curriculum. And that was offered previously, and they haven't had it in the last couple of years. But Valley Oak currently has an ethnic studies course.
Okay. My other question had to do, I know we had a slide about Layla. Did we have was there any data for the AVID program as well?
I did not present any data on AVID. There is some available. I'd have to bring that, share that with you later. But Avid has a very high graduation rate as well, and students grade point average. And I think when student reference about students having to have a certain minimum grade point average to be in Avid or to continue at Avid, and it is a 4-year program. But each year the curriculum changes in Avid, each of those 4 years.
Okay. So I think as we're continuing to do the groundwork, that's one of the areas I know we'll dive into. So I just wanted to ask that. And
can I add, and the reason why I didn't present more information around Avid, it is a college like sort of prep program, but it really isn't, there's no ethnic studies component to it.
Okay.
So that was one of the reasons why I didn't present more information on Avid.
Okay, those were all my questions. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I did have questions. I know that legislature put on hold ethnic studies as a requirement. I don't know if you've heard down the pipe, and I know that it was around when we shut down, and I know I didn't ask this beforehand. Do we know the status of that, or it's just pending due to COVID?
Actually, there was a framework that was put forth in September of 2019. There was quite a bit of conversation around the subject matter, and so it went back to the state board, and they reconvened in January, and they're hopeful to have some framework, sort of a program guide, out sometime in September.
Okay. And then, and this might be a question for you, Pat or Rosanna. How far is the how for the sustainable program? Because I do understand that, there was a slide that mentioned it would take a year for implementation after, if we agreed, like, I believe it was this slide. Right. But right now we have a desperate need, and that is our youth that we're expecting the Youth Legacy Program to continue for 2021.
Yes, it would. In terms of a program like Puente, it would take a year to sort of train the teacher and go through the process of enrolling students into that particular program. We do, like I said, there's a board adopted race and social justice course that could be offered. All of the master schedules though for the high schools have been built, and students have selected their courses based on what was offered to them back in February. And so trying to implement something specifically for next year outside of the students that are currently enrolled in Legacy that were scheduled to enroll in Legacy, as I stated in the slide presentation, they would be offered that race and social justice course. The thing with Legacy is that it wasn't just the class, right? When people reference Legacy Youth Project, they're thinking more than just the class. It's the wraparound services that go along with it. It's the extra care and attention that those students received. And we would want to make sure that we are continuing to provide that care and attention to those students to make sure that they're successful, because they are some of our most marginalized students, and we want to make sure we take care of them.
So, and I did see in your finishing slides that there is going to be support. Could you possibly just paint a picture of what that would look like?
Yeah.
Okay.
And yes, what I mentioned, I've been working with Principal O'Connor and Principal Christofferson at Redwood around the students in the current who are currently enrolled in Legacy. The wraparound support is that we have district social workers and parent liaisons and the counselors that are available at the school site to do some, like I said, special attention and monitoring of the students in that class to make sure that they have the support, that they're checked in with, that they are feeling connected to the school and the school community.
President Martin, I'd like to make a couple comments regarding programming, but before I do, I do also want to thank everyone who's attended. It is incredibly inspiring and motivating for me that we hit the triple digits tonight. We had over 100 attendees. I think in my 2-year tenure here, this may be one of the most highly attended board meetings. And I equally want to echo the comments of President Martin. They're very hard to follow, of all the trustees, really. Trustee Gonzalez Mares, around the fact that it's great to see so many of our Latino community, Latinx community here with us tonight. We are here every other Thursday, doing very, very difficult work over the course of the last 2 years. The school board in front of you has had to close schools. They've had to do the painful work of readjusting relationships with our charter schools. They've had to stop construction projects. They've had to lay off teachers. I never say that I inherited a district with financial problems. I say that I embraced a district that had financial challenges, because challenges are incredible opportunities to make change. We have had lots of challenges, and we have had to make many, many courageous decisions over the course of the last 2 years for many of the reasons that several of our community members commented tonight. If this district is not solvent and we go bankrupt, the state takes over. And let me just reassure you that state bureaucrats will not care about the local community. They're not in the business of that. So this school board has been fighting to maintain local control. You have 3 Latinx school board members who especially have the interest because of the 56%, the 10,000 students that we serve who are Latino. And I'm so grateful that we hit the triple digits, but I do have to take this as an opportunity for a call to action, because the racial injustices that were described today, the personal experiences, the lived social injustices that came through so many personal stories in public comment tonight, can make us feel paralytic. I do not want to minimize the work of LYP or the work of the staff. This is not personal. I know it feels personal, but it is not. The district has spent close to $800,000 on 500 students, and they're worth millions. You can't even put a number on what they're worth. That's not the issue. But the issue is that I should see this much Latino engagement every other Thursday, because we have a crisis. We have an academic crisis. We have an opportunity crisis. We have 70% of our Latino students not meeting basic state accountability measures in core content areas of English, language arts, and math. And I'm not all about state accountability, but I do believe in some accountability. And I know that if our students cannot demonstrate a higher performance level than that, that the likelihood that they will be able to pursue opportunities that close the gap, not only for them, their immediate family, and their neighborhood and comunidades at large, is statistically very unlikely. So it is the job of the school board and my team and me as a superintendent to ensure that we are adopting programs that after 8 years are moving the needle for thousands, not for tens, not for hundreds, but for thousands. The indicators that Mr. Manguala walked us through are indicators of post-secondary access, college graduation, and I'm not in the, I'm sorry, high school graduation. I am not here to simply graduate high school students. That is not why I'm here. I am here for our students to access opportunities beyond Vintage High School, Napa High School, American Canyon High School, New Tech High School, Valley Oak. And so in order to accomplish that task for thousands, it is the responsibility of this school board to support policy and financial and programmatic decisions that are going to close those gaps. And I'm sorry, but we cannot afford. We won't be able to scale at the current rates Not that those investments are not worth it. Like I said, I can't put a number on that. But we have a budget, we have budget constraints. And so although, like I said, this was oversimplified as a budgetary issue and a simple cut, it's not that. We've got to look at scalability and replicability to address the many issues that are not only for the hundreds that attended tonight, but for the thousands of Latino or Latinx students that we serve. And so tonight is a call to action for me as your superintendent of schools. We have a lot of work to do. The last 2 years, we've been having to stabilize this budget. I got here, we were on the verge of 3%, which means the verge of bankruptcy. We will not be able to serve 10,000 students without resources, guaranteed. We're going to be asked by the state very soon to do a lot with less. That requires us to really determine what are our priorities. But I encourage you to continue to engage and attend. Do not make this a one-time. My staff, Assistant Superintendent Pat Adri Jennings from the instructional side, Ms. Dana Page from the staffing human resource side, Assistant Superintendent Rob Manguala from the financial side, and Mike Pearson in charge of all the operational services that wrap around school. The 5 of us are the senior leadership team of this school district, and we are responsible for responding to the call to action. And so I really appreciated tonight's advocacy, and I treat it as a challenge and an invitation to make a difference for not just tens, not just hundreds, but thousands of students in this school district. And I'm very grateful and honored to have the opportunity to do that. So I encourage the school board, as we look at all of our programs, like we've been doing over the last 2 years, that we remember the importance of the need here. Trustee Waters said it, you know, it's not all middle class. There's a lot of need, and we can't be in denial of that need, and we need to build programs to address it. And so I rise to the challenge on behalf of this community, and I look forward to doing that. And it's going to take a lot of hard work, but I don't think anybody here shies away from hard work. So I want to thank everybody for their courage, those that provided public comment. And we have a lot of work to do in this community in NVUSD, and so we're up for the challenge.
President Martin, I need to suggest that we have to extend the meeting again. So I would move to extend it another hour.
Excuse me 1 second while I grab my glasses. I can't see. So Mr. David Gracio, make a first, and a second by Ms. Elba Gonzalez Mares. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Robin?
Aye.
Okay. Abstentions? Nays? Motion carries. We'll extend for another hour. I'll do another check-in at 12:45. Okay. Do we have any further questions? Not, I will proceed. I do see that one of our attendees does have their hand up, but a public comment is over for the item, and is why we went into our discussion. Okay, so moving forward, approval of consent agenda.
I'll move for the approval of the consent agenda.
I would like to have H2B and H4 be pulled for further discussion.
I'm sorry, David, you said H2B and?
H4B.
H4B. Okay, so I have a first by Mr. Hurtado.
A second with those stipulations.
Okay, and a second by Mr. Gracia.
Before we vote, I would just point out that 2 of the items list Sarah Williams is the district point of contact, and another document in consent has her leaving on the 1st of July. So we may want to update the contact name with those vendors.
Right.
And this would be on the renewals, is that correct?
Yeah, one of them is the Mifflin Harcourt, and the other one's the elevation contract.
Okay.
David, can you repeat the 2 consent items that you pulled, please?
Yeah, it's H2B. It's the renewal of the contract with Chavin and Associates for audit services, and H4B, which is the renewal of the agreement between Houghton, Milfin, Harcourt, and Napa Valley Unified School District.
Oh, it's okay. The guilt I'm feeling for this is so huge, but can you also pull H4A?
H4A.
Okay. It will be so brief.
Sounds good. So with that, I have a first by Mr. Jose Hurtado and a second by Mr. David Gracia. And with those 3 items pulled, all those in favor?
Roll call.
Oh, sorry, roll call.
Trustee Martin?
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez Mares?
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez Mares?
Aye.
Trustee Jankowicz?
Aye.
Trustee Water?
Aye.
Trustee Hurtado?
Aye.
Trustee Shank?
Aye.
Trustee Shank?
He's muted.
Aye.
Trustee Gracia?
Aye.
Thank you.
So H2B, renewal of contract with Siobhan and Associates LLP for audit services. Mr. David Gracia.
I wanted to know when was the last time we changed firms and swapped partners. My understanding from attending the CSBA training is that we should regularly be swapping partners at the firm, and that if we have not changed firms in a while, that is a necessary step as well.
I can speak to that, Trustee Gracia. So the contract was last bid, or there was an RFP in 2015, and we just changed partners this year. And so this is my first year working with them, but we are in the process of examining all of our contracts. So this is a renewal after year 1 currently, but it was bid in 2015.
We may want to consider looking at that for next year, perhaps. But in the meantime, then I will move to approve.
Second.
Excuse me. Okay, so I have a first by Mr. Gracia. Is that a second by Robin?
Yes.
Okay, a second by Robin Jankowicz. Roll call.
Trustee Martin?
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez Mares?
Aye.
Trustee Jankowicz?
Aye.
Trustee Water?
Aye.
Trustee Hurtado?
Aye.
Trustee Shank?
Aye.
Trustee Gracia?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to H4A, renewal memorandum of understanding between On the Move and Napa Valley Unified School District.
Given potential circumstance of a lack of grant continuation, I just wanted to know a little if they felt that their funding sources were going to be continuous. But really what I would like to know is there a kind of a year-end progress report? I know that there's good work being done amongst the schools. I'm assuming there's kind of a continuum amongst the schools. But I haven't seen kind of a per annum report issued to us that allows us to understand the work that's being done. Is it consistent amongst the schools? You know, did they set benchmarks? Are we meeting those benchmarks? If this is a highly effective program, I would like to be able to speak to it. They did do a presentation last year, or was it last year? I relatively recently, but we didn't get kind of any of the per site understanding. So whether that comes in an additional presentation or maybe just something with a little more detail, that would be my request.
Assistant Superintendent Andrew Jennings, would you like to respond?
Yes, I will. I believe the director of On the Move was actually on the might be in this meeting, but yes, we can definitely do a report. And if you look at the On the Move MOU, it does spell out outputs and outcomes, and it has the baseline data from last year as well. So that is a place to look to see sort of what success they've had from prior years.
I appreciate
and
that.
And I also just want to comment that they bring to the table Cal Foundation, which also provides the district with a grant of $250,000 for additional programming.
Fantastic. Thank you.
I'll add to this in terms of, I think may have been a couple, well, I guess pre-COVID, so that'll tell you when, roughly. I think several of us trustees and I myself had a couple hours with the leadership team and going over all of the programs and schedules. And I think one of the highlights that I had brought back to the board was at Phillips Elementary School, how they had reduced the number of chronic absenteeism and such. So they have data like that, a lot of that actually. So I think it's a great question, and I think that data has been presented to us in the past, but sometimes it's good to go over it again. And I think I remember at the last one of the board meetings I had shared hard copies, but I know that on a regular basis it'd be good to also get some updates. But I know that we've been following some numbers very closely and that they've been presented to us.
Great, thank you.
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a first by Mr. David Grassi and a second by Ms. Robin Jankowicz. Roll call.
Trustee Martin?
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez Mares?
Aye.
Trustee Jankowicz?
Aye.
Trustee Water?
Aye.
Trustee Hurtado?
Aye.
Trustee Shunk?
Aye.
Trustee Gracia?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. H4B, renewal of agreement between, I'm sorry,
Mifflin.
Harcourt and Napa Valley Unified School District. I'm so sorry. It's a little late.
So at one point we had talked about getting some different evaluative software to tell how students are doing that would sort of supplant the MI and RI. And I was just wondering where we are in that process.
Yes, we had that conversation, I think just recently within the last couple of months. And given all that's going on with COVID-19 and schools being out and not being sure about how August will unfold, we made the decision to continue the current assessments that we have in place and utilize some of those and figure out what else we can add to the current assessments that we have and support. And this particular agreement is just the hosting fee. We actually purchased several years ago the actual student licenses, and this platform just serves as the hosting fee for those licenses.
Okay, thank you for that, and I'll move to approve.
Second.
So I have a first by Mr. David Gracia and a second by Mr. Joe Shunk. Roll call, please.
Trustee Martin?
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez Mares?
Aye.
Trustee Jankowicz?
Aye.
Trustee Water? Trustee Water?
Oh, she left her seat.
Can I go back to her? And
Yes, you can continue.
okay. Trustee Hurtado?
Aye.
Trustee Shank?
Aye.
Trustee Gracia?
Aye.
I'm here.
Trustee Water?
Aye, I had to get a plug.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, moving on to I, presentation and discussion items. I1, general services. I1A, introduction to California School Board Association, CSBA, recommended policy updates, March 2020.
I believe that's, is this here where I report out or towards the end, Dr. Massetti?
Oh, you report out towards the end.
Okay, thank you.
But it'd be nice to get a 2-for-1, wouldn't it?
Yes.
We'll follow the agenda. So this is, these are March updates. This is part of the policy committee's work. So they're bringing it for presentation tonight, an introduction for a first read, and they'll go for approval on June 24th. And we will be all caught up with our, I want to thank the policy committee for meeting the week of graduation. In the midst of all the graduations, we had a policy committee meeting, and this will get us all caught up for CSBA updates for 2019-2020.
Great.
Oh, actually, I need to change that. I forgot. Vera reminded me. We have one round in May, which we'll do at the first meeting. Right. So we will have one more round for the 19-20 updates.
Okay.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay. I2, human resources. I2A, introduction of board policy 4119.24, maintaining appropriate adult-student interaction.
So I did have some concern about the vagueness of the policy that relies on third-party observers, and feel like that's going to be difficult to adjudicate and enforce. But my understanding is that it's passed through legal, and they think this is the best wording we can come up with.
I'm going to ask that Assistant Superintendent Dana Page.
Yes, it has gone through our legal counsel through North Bay Schools Insurance Authority, and the section of the policy that I think that Trustee Grassi is referring to has to do with what a third party would observe to be a potentially inappropriate interaction between an adult and a student. So it has to do with whether or not a reasonable person, third party, would believe that it was a interaction with an adult and a child that crossed over a line. Again, the language, it was vetted with the attorney, and this was the way they recommended writing it.
So the school district is in the dark, so I'm going to take a couple minutes before my lights come back on. It's just a trip in the alarm. They'll be back on in just a minute. Okay. So if that ends discussion on I2A, I will move. I know we had A3A on the agenda that was moved to the beginning of the meeting. We now go to J, action items, general services. J1A, adoption of revised board bylaw 9220, governing board elections.
I'll move to approve this.
Okay, so
I'll second.
I have a first by Mr. David Gracia and a second by Ms. Robin Jankowicz. And I'm sorry, I have not been asking, but due that it's an action item, do we have any public comment on the adoption of the revised board bylaw?
There are no public comments on this item, President Warren.
Thank you very much. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Nays? Abstentions? Motion carries. Okay. J1B, Resolution 2044, Order of Election, Specifications of the Election Order and Consolidation Request.
I have a concern with this resolution because it specifically says in section 9, right before it gets to the exhibit, that document would spell out the trustee area, both the current one and the new one, and the document itself does not do that. So I feel like there is a problem with this resolution, and that we need to either amend the document to appropriately reflect that, or consider not passing this item and doing it at our next meeting later in June.
Can Miss or Dr. Massetti, can we agree to just delete item 9 on the document to have it go through?
Yeah, so the issue, Trustee Gracia, so it's item 9, that the names of all current board members date each term ends in trustee area under both the prior trustee area map and the new trust area map set forth in Exhibit AR. And your concern?
Is that none of the trustee areas are mentioned as required in item 9. It says that the trustee area, both the prior and new trustee area, are set forth here. They are not. They're not set forth here at all. All it has is the term end. There's no mention of the prior trustee area or the current one under the new map. Those details have been omitted from this document.
And the final map, that doesn't meet the, you're just saying because it doesn't connect the actual trustee? Because we do have the final map that sets the new trustee areas.
I understand that, but this document says that it will display in the document here in this little table that we have, the current trustee area and the new trustee area under the new map, right?
Well, it's set forth in map A, which is number 5, the 5th slide.
But I'm happy to, if the board would like to consider amending the document, I can commit on the record to adding the 2 columns so that it explains the old trustee area. I have to make sure that that would work. The old trustee area and the new trustee area. So the old number and the new number.
Oh, so it's the numerical assessment.
Yeah, he's asking for the numerical assignment to the current numerical assignment, well, the old previous one when we were at large, and then the new one. So I can add those 2 columns.
Okay, well, if we can add those 2 columns, then that would make this document in compliance with itself, and I would feel good about moving forward.
Is that a motion, Mr. Gracia?
Sure, to approve it as amended with the addition of those 2 columns.
Okay.
A second.
And a second by Mr. Jose Hurtado. Manny, do I have any public comment on this item?
There are no public comments for this item, President Martin.
Okay, thank you. Okay, all those in favor?
Don't have
Aye.
Oh,
It's a roll call.
Resolution.
It's a roll call, sorry. Resolution.
Okay.
Trustee Martin?
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez Mares?
Aye.
Trustee Jankowicz?
Aye.
Trustee Water?
Aye.
Trustee Hurtado?
Aye.
Trustee Shank?
aye.
Trustee Gracia?
Aye.
Thank you.
The advantage of getting this passed tonight is we can get it over to John Tudor, and if he has problems with it, we still have time to clean it up at a subsequent meeting.
Yeah, John Tudor's office is very anxious to get this resolution passed so he can get to work.
John's always anxious.
Yeah, yes, in preparation for elections.
J2 instructional services. J2A 2020-21 Migrant Education Program MEP District Services Agreement DSA.
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a first by Mr. David Gracia and a second by Mr. Joe Shunk. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Abstentions? Nays? Motion carries. And I'm sorry, Mr. Manning, do we have public comment on this item?
No, ma'am, there are no public comments on the
I'm
side.
not in my prime right now, I'm sorry. Okay. J2B, adoption of new high school course of study, recommendation for mathematics and science.
I'll move to approve. I had questions, but I'm not going to ask them anymore.
First by Mr. David Gracia, a second by Ms. Elba Gonzalez Mares. Do I have public comment on this item? Manny?
There are no public comments for this item.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Nays? Abstention? Motion carries. Okay. J3, school planning and construction. J3A, SP 18.12-20, request for contract with J. Can someone help me out with the last name here? Leininger, right?
Yeah.
Inspector of Record Services.
Yeah.
So I had a couple of questions here. I wanted to know what was planned for phase 1 versus phase 2 of construction at MVLA. And if we don't open physically in the fall, can we accelerate phase 2?
Mr. Pearson?
Yes, Trustee Gracia, phase 1, I don't have the exact buildings in front of me, and Kelly Jurgensen's on the call as well too, or on the Zoom as well too. Phase 1 at MBLA was involving structures that did not require DSA approval, and so that's what we're concentrating our efforts on this summer. And then next summer, we would then be doing phase 2 of the campus, since it's a rather large campus, after we received a DSA approval. If we are able to move faster because we have DSA approval and we have ability to get onto the campus in a way that doesn't disrupt the school year in any way, shape, or form, we would most certainly do that. We would most certainly expedite that. Kelly, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I think you covered everything. I would also just mention that the reason why the work we're doing this summer is considered non-DSA work is because of the fact that we are just replacing roofs. Next summer's work includes the paint and the site work that you'll be seeing at Bel Air and Northwood, as well as replacement of HVAC equipment. And those are some of the items that are more tied up with DSA.
Okay. Thank you, Kelly. That really did explain better what the phases difference were, what type of work we were doing. Appreciate that. So I'll move to approve.
Second. Acela, you're on mute.
You're muted.
I feel guilty. I'm over here asking and questioning Manny why he's not talking to me.
Oh, there are no public comments on this item, President Martin.
Thank you very much. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Nays? Abstention? Motion carries. Okay, J3B, SPC number 18.11-20, request for contract by J. Leininger for Inspector of Record Services.
So moved.
I will give Miss Cindy Waters the second. Do I have any public comment on this item?
There are no public comments on this item, President Martin.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Nays? Abstentions? Motion carries. Okay, we are informational items, board representative reports, curriculum L1 Curriculum and Student Support Committee. I believe you do not have anything to report. And
There's nothing to report.
Okay. L2 Facilities and Technology Committee.
Also nothing to report.
L3 Finance Committee. We have a meeting on the 17th, I believe.
It's been moved.
It got changed.
Okay, so thank you very much.
In the future.
That's just delays with the budget and whatnot, with everything going on. So.
Of course. Okay, L4 Policy Committee, Ms. Elba Gonzalez Mares. I know you're eager to give us that report.
First of all, good morning, everyone. Yes, at our Board Advisory Policy Committee held at June 1st, 2020, we received from the California School Board Association our policy updates. A list of these was the charter school authorization, charter school oversight and renewal. We also reviewed the parcel taxes, food service operation certification, employee suicide prevention policy, suspension and expulsion, and a few more. We also had a robust conversation about maintaining appropriateness in adult-student interactions, as you saw on the agenda. Discussed about food delivery vendors, board resolution on our calendar, trying to we had a conversation about giving a chance to see what the staff is doing and looking at a more holistically approach, and kind of seeing this all work year round. And this is proposed by Dr. Musetti as kind of being more intentional as we have these resolutions come to us. May, because of my work, I know May is Mental Health Month, June is Pride Month, and so on and so forth. And it also gives us an opportunity to celebrate our staff and our NVUSD team, as well as the community at large. So I think having a calendar was, well received by the committee as something to look into. We also talked about board bylaws 9220 in terms of board member qualifications, and that will go into as we go into action as we saw. So, and that was, I think, all the items we discussed.
I think we're going to have a future attraction looking at possible policies on distance learning, which seems to be a thing now.
Yeah, and we may have to pull the policy committee given with all the changes. So interrupting your summer potentially.
Well, I'm not going anywhere. I'm here.
Thank you, Ms. Elba Gonzalez Mares, for your report. L5 Special Education Community Advisory Council.
We have not met.
Okay. City of American Canyon, I know we have 2 dates pending for July. We have not met yet. City of Napa Liaison Representative.
We have a meeting in July.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or June.
And L8 Town of Yountville Liaison Representatives.
We just met.
And we've got something coming in July, I think.
Match. Okay, M, additional suggestions and comments from board members and our superintendent. Any additional comments?
Just like to thank the 24 people who have stuck with us till Friday morning. It shows some real, real stick-to-itiveness.
Yes. Hi, Mr. Garcia. Yeah, a lot of principals.
I did want to suggest a couple of, actually just a couple of the suggestions was, at least for the general public, we invite you again. I know you can hear us on replay about what we're gonna say. It was a very impactful meeting today. I think this is just the very beginning of something that's much bigger than the decision we made today. So with that, this is a formal invitation to continue supporting us, your school board members. And future agenda items. Were you going to say something, Miss Cindy?
No, I was going to say I'm afraid to suggest anything. I think we have a lot going on.
So I think just from my beginning and opening comments, I think that we do, Elba made mention of a committee and what that would look like on behalf of, and there was also public comment suggestions to that.
Yes.
Whether you, and not just our Latino population, but also all our economically or socially economically disadvantaged communities, whether that's a task force or a creation or how we put that together. Sustainable programs for our youth. Of course, this is an ongoing conversation and the work that we're going to continue to do, and also support those kids from the Youth Legacy Program and support them throughout the year and almost hold their hand until the following year, because this is really, really crucial given the circumstances of COVID and the racial climate that we're under. Training for classified, non-classified against racism and anti-racism. And then of course, I know there was a request, at least through my email, that, you know, what kind of information are we giving to our families? And that is, we really need to partner up with our nonprofits so we can give these resources that maybe the district doesn't have to keep these conversations going, almost like a holding of a hand for our parents. You know, how do they talk to them? How do they talk to our kids? And to continue this conversation in this space. I'd like to see study session on our disciplinary policies. And I know that that was in the making prior COVID, that we were already focused on that work. So just kind of moving that along. So, and also showing and making the changes necessary where we see fit. And just as a comment, also our parents, we have an obligation, and I'm a parent myself, and I think we all consider ourselves a parent somehow, some way, even if we don't have children. I think our entire school district are our children, but we have a moral obligation to talk to our children and to teach them the very strong meaning of what love is. So I think that that is also the space that you as a family member, as a parent, should make in your home and talk about everything that's going on. Because I feel that even if the school district addresses it, it would be more impactful for it to be coming from our parents. Additional agenda items? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. So a first by Ms. Elba Gonzalez Mares, and a second by Mr. David Gracia. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Nays, abstentions, motion carries. We are adjourned. Thank you everyone for hanging in there.
Happy Friday, people.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Good night.
Night, night.